Diary, they hot like pepper. But every day, then they take money in bulk. Woman picking, they the street, they hawk. Still them talk, say, make we no talk. But thank God, say, Maiyegun don't come. So my people make you laugh, oh, yo, yo. Maiyegun don't come, oh, yo, yo. My people make you shout, oh, yo, yo. Maiyegun làwa mọ̀ làmọ̀ tó dòdòdò. Maiyegun Diary.
Hello there. Good morning to you. Good afternoon to you. Good evening to you from wherever you are watching from. This is Maiyegun Live.
Ọ̀rẹ́ ara yìí. Maiyegun Diary. Lórí Facebook, lórí YouTube. Maiyegun Diary. Gbogbo bó ṣe ń lọ ni Maiyegun já wa sí. Maiyegun Diary. Àṣírí ọ̀jẹ̀lú kì í bò níbẹ̀ o.
Maiyegun Diary.
Bó bá ṣe eré, àní Maiyegun máa wí. Maiyegun Diary.
Thank you for joining me. Share the broadcast. Invite your friends. Invite your not so friendly friends. For this particular segment on Maiyegun's Diary Politico, which is pretty much like a catch-up, I am going to implore you to please invite the following people too. The Buhari Deans, the Buhari Diderins, the Buhari Denotus, the Buhari Dijatus, the Buhari Shukus, the Uneka Haris, the Ungoziaris, the obedient fools, sophisticated morons, the humbled slaves, social media bandits, Facebook adsmen. Don't forget the Lagos Abobakus, the Oshogbo Alimajiris, the crumb eaters, the crumb chasers, the ass lickers, the all risers. Tell them, Maiyegun today.
Bàbá bá gbé wúrẹ́. Maiyegun máa wí. Àní ẹ̀sùn ra yìí. Maiyegun today. Ijó ìgbádìyẹ. Maiyegun máa wí. Àní ẹ̀sùn ra yìí. Maiyegun today. Presido bá rúfin o. Maiyegun máa wí. Àní ẹ̀sùn ra yìí. Maiyegun today. Ìgòmìnà gbówó jẹ.
As you are inviting them, don't forget their uncles, their aunties abroad, their Brodian Buhari idiots, the Mumu Madus, the Bele lecturers, the Mumu lecturers. Tell them, Maiyegun today.
Àní ẹ̀sùn ra kì í. Maiyegun today. Maiyegun today. Ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ra kì í. Maiyegun today. Àní ẹ̀sùn ra kì í. Maiyegun today. Lórí Facebook. Maiyegun today. Àní ẹ̀sùn ra kì í. Maiyegun today. Lórí YouTube.
It's going to be an interesting night.
Àní ẹ̀sùn ra kì í. Maiyegun today. Ọba bá gbé wúrẹ́. Maiyegun máa wí. Àní ẹ̀sùn ra kì í. Maiyegun today.
Ijó ìgbádìyẹ.
Maiyegun máa wí. Àní ẹ̀sùn ra kì í. Maiyegun today. Presido bá rúfin o. Maiyegun máa wí. Àní ẹ̀sùn ra kì í. Maiyegun today. Ìgòmìnà gbówó jẹ. Maiyegun máa wí. Àní ẹ̀sùn ra kì í. Maiyegun today. Ọlọ́pàá tí ń darí pa.
Maiyegun máa wí.
Àní ẹ̀sùn ra kì í.
Maiyegun today.
Aṣòfin tí ń rúfin o.
Maiyegun máa wí. Tell them, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening to you. Good morning to you. Good afternoon to you, ladies and gentlemen. You are welcome to the Temple of Truth tonight. Let me try to say something to you here quickly. Most of what I'm going to tell you tonight, majority of the Lagos Abobakus, the Oshogbo Alimajiris, they are likely not going to accept. But who cares? But one thing is this. you are not guilty of what is about to befall the internal saboteurs, those who said it is going to be Nigeria first, Yoruba last, Igbo last, Biafra last, Ijo last, you, the indigenous people, last. They are about to be served their own breakfast cold. And please, you are not the reason why. So therefore, do not, by any means, blame yourself for whatever is about to befall them. Because we said it, we shouted it, we said it. They kept the loudness of silence. They kept sealed lips against what is going on, the real thing going on around them, including their people that are being killed, slaughtered, while Boko Haram destroyed everything, every fiber of whatever is left of the Nigeria that you've come to know. They packaged them, they did a lot, they lied, they lived in denial, they did a lot. Now the day of reckoning is near, and you are not the cause. Whether they killed themselves, whether they destroyed themselves, do not feel guilty for them. And whatever we do on this platform is actually not the reason why. We're just those who are trying to tell them that if they choose to pick Yoruba first, for example, they will not face the coming disgrace that is looming. They said we should shut up. Now, whatever we say, they are not likely going to believe because they have their own alternative reality. So, to you, ladies and gentlemen, brethren in the temple of truth, Tifnumbu and gang, they don't enter panic mode. It all started from the shock that fake Pastor Ruga was going to run against Tifnumbu. They didn't believe it. Initially, some of you were telling yourselves that it was a gimmick, maybe a kind of a way to further give Tifnumbu chance and stop other people from contesting, blah, 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 blah. Now you have realized that it is not a fluke. The people who said that they're not born and well to say you won't contest against Tifnumbu, they are now the people who are now shouting, betrayer, betrayer, Judasy, Judasy, Judasy. Reality is coming gradually. Now, their camp have entered panic mode. Now, what is panic mode? They dined and wined with the devil. They covered and defended the devil. Even when the policies of these devilish criminals in government started hunting and killing people, they came out and what? They also defended the devil. And he who took a ride on the back of the lion is certainly going to be handing in his belly. I don't know if that's the narrative, but you get what they try to talk, have you? They lied to the Yorubas, Yoruba intelligentsias, Yoruba academia, Yoruba elite, and Yoruba average poor people. They lied to them that going into an arrangement of APC, Egbekegbe, was going to be the best thing that ever happened to the people of Yoruba land in Nigeria. Because they said, one, they were going to ensure the true federal, they call it true federalism, which would have given the Yorubas the larger opportunity, the greater opportunity to be in charge of their own affairs without any interference that have kept us poor. They lied to the Yoruba people. You are going to get your own state police. Nobody is going to send you out of your farms. All you needed was just to get APC in. Tifnumbu and gang have got a deal. 7 years down the line, Yoruba land is more impoverished. Yoruba land is under invasion. And guess what? Virtually everything has collapsed. And listen to this, if you want to know what does collapse, you check your economy. And these rogues are now coming together to say it's like they are about to receive their own cold breakfast too. Despite all of the denial, all of the lies, all of the blame games, ladies and gentlemen, they are not going to get to become president in Tifnumbu's body lawn. Everything don't scatter, but you are just about to find out. But to save you the heartbreak, that is why you should listen to me now, so you won't be in shock. If they are telling you that it was a game for Pastor Ruga to say he wants to be president, when majority of them believe that after Bokwari, it's going to be Tifnumbu. 7 years down the line, Bokwari destroyed everything called federal character. Normally, despite the fact that we said they are practicing a unitary system of government that they call democracy in Nigeria, yeah? But the rogues who put together the Decree 24, 1999 Constitution, they never forgot to add what they called federal character. Federal character means every indigenous people in Nigeria will be represented in every decision-making organ of the government of Nigeria. Do you understand what that means? It simply means that when they are going through recruitment into any federal government agencies, right, they have to share them by your representation. But that's not what happened under Bokwari. According to Tifnumbu and gang, when Bokwari started replacing different head of parastatal agencies and even ministries and all that, when Bokwari was replacing them with his own Fulani Hausa, clans, the likes of Tifnumbu licking their wounds, they came out to defend it that Bokwari could work with anybody he wanted. Now he's worked with those he wanted, and they've destroyed Nigeria enough that even Tifnumbu himself, right, is no longer wanted. Their camp, they are no longer wanted. You know why? They said that somebody is coming. 2 people. One of them, Goodluck Egberejo Lantern. Second of them is going to be the rubber stamp Senate President of Nigeria, Ahmed Lawan. Now, Ahmed Lawan is going to declare that he wants to be president on Thursday in 2 days' time. What do you call it? Goodluck Egberejo Lantern is likely going to decamp to APC in the next 1 or 2 weeks as well, right? All of these are now putting the Tifnumbu's camp in a total panic mode. So guess what they are doing? They have called for emergency meeting. So the emergency meeting they have called for this Friday is to call on those who are the Yoruba APC presidential aspirants. Guess who they are? Tifnumbu, fake Pastor Ruga, Irokunle Omamoshi from Ogun State. This one, Kayode Fayewon from Ekiti. So these 4 people, 2 of them, mind you, 3 of these guys are running because the Kaba in Abuja told them to go and run. They need to reduce Tifnumbu. And I'm going to give you some stats today to help you understand that if anybody is blackmailing you about Tifnumbu and all these jargons they are doing, right, you have every right to call their bullshit, because you know what? There is actually absolutely no substance, no base for all the noise they are making, all the hype they are making, because most of them, they are coming from these hungry touts. Some of them look like they are responsible. They are not, okay? Hungry touts. Who knows that Tifnumbu's life ambition is to be president of Nigeria, and they will tell him whatever he wants to hear, right? But when you check it, substance by substance, for real, he has no real base, and I'll prove that to you this evening. It was the Kaba that told Ikene Shatabandu to go and run. Sheikh Ikene Shatabandu, fake Pastor Ruga. Do you think it is his own intention to say he wants to run against Tifnumbu? But some of you would never really believe it could happen. It is happening. Now, Fayemi wants to be president. Meanwhile, from the onset, it was Fayemi that was being prepared to be the shocker to decimate and cut Tifnumbu down for any means or anything he wants to pull in Southwest, because that's the only base he believes he has, and he doesn't have any control there too. But fake Pastor Ruga just came out from the blues. Now, for those who have been following the politics of Yoruba land, I am from Ogun State, and I have been one of those, if I have to put a political biography for Ibikunle Amosun, I am one of those that will give you credible account of his political life when he was governor, his politics back in Ogun State, his politics back in Southwest, and his politics up north, which made him to, as a governor, to now annex Ogun State purse, Ogun State money, Ogun State resources to that of Bokwari and his family's welfare. All of this, yeah, I can give you low down. And I can tell you that from 2012, a year after Ibikunle Amosun became governor of Ogun State, for those who are in the know, for those who are watching me from Ogun State right now, and those who are in the know of the politics of Southwest at the time, you will remember that when Ibikunle Amosun parlayed with APP or NPP, as they were called, became friends with Bokwari, and he eventually came back to plead with ACN to give him their ticket back then in Ogun State, as the only person who could tackle Benga Daniel and his gang then. So immediately he became governor, he automatically started the process of, untangling the influence or the hands of Tifnumbu from entire Southwest politics. For those who in the know, remember, this may not be something so public to some of you, but you're about to see the real politics of why three people who were supposed to be from the same political clan suddenly wanted to be president, not because they want to be president, and not because Tifnumbu actually asked them to do that. It is because it is done and dusted, and you are just about to see. So they are in panic mode. The BCR Conde, Oshoba, and few others, they have asked Sanwo-Iku to call a meeting. And that meeting that Sanwo-Iku called this Friday is to bring Irokunle Omomushi, Fayewon, Pastor Ruga, and Tifnumbu together. Now, this is what I want to project will happen on Friday. Two things. Some are not going to honor it. And if they actually honor it, right, they will never reach a quorum, because the effort is to say all of them should step down for one person. And wherever you see Oshoba and you see BC Akonde, they will ask people to step down for who? For Tifnumbu. Not minding the fact that these guys are all the agents of who? Of Bokwari, the supposed person who promised Tifnumbu he will become the next president after him. But it is no longer looking so anymore. So, number one, they either will have what they call no quorum. May everybody just find a level. Yeah? Or they will just use the Friday meeting to give Tifnumbu a safe landing. So they will just say, oh, in that meeting, Tifnumbu endorsed this person. Do you understand that? That Tifnumbu has decided to step down, is no longer running. That is what is called safe landing, face saving. Because up north, where Tifnumbu is actually relying on the endorsement of Bokwari, they've realized that Bokwari is a vegetable, a dementia patient that could not really hold any tangible, reasonable conversation for too long. Other people are in charge. Tifnumbu knows that as we speak. So, that is part of their emergency meeting to call what they call, let us save face. But, not them demo, I'm just trying to get you into their inner working mind. But guess what? Another person raised an alarm. This time around, they are using the same people who said Bokwari could work with anybody he wanted. From any party he wanted. The same people are now screaming in the media. One of their sources said this: the Southwest is the biggest investor in APC because they emotionally invested in them. they drag our people into the lies that has now kept our people more unsafe, poorer than ever. So one of their sources said, the Southwest is the biggest investor in APC. The political marriage between the then Action Congress of Nigeria, ACN, and Congress for Progressive Changes, CPC, gave birth to APC. That's not completely true, okay? There are 4 legacy parties, if not 5. Do you know that among those who formed APC, you have ACN, Tifnumbu camp. You have CPC, Bokwari's camp. You have ANPP, Ogonaya Ono's camp. You have APGA, Okorocha's camp. Before they all came together to form APC. But you know now, when you meet Tifnumbu and his gang of lie merchants, ombud slaves, they have a way of twisting things, okay? So ACN came to the merger with 6 governors against 1 governor from CPC. The Southwest sacrificed most for APC. It is only natural that the region should produce the successor to President Muhammadu Buhari from Northwest. According to this APC guy, rooting for Tifnumbu. So he said the leaders are worried that if the Southwest does not get its act together, we may lose the APC presidential ticket to another region. It is even more worrisome that the 4 aspirants from APC are from the same political family. The Southeast is making a legitimate claim to the presidency. I like that. The Southeast, the Igbos, have legitimate right to say we are next, and they are actually legitimately right to be next, by the way, if to say Nigeria was a country, but it's never one. So even the South-South that are just had the presidency with President Goodluck Jonathan wants a shot at it again with aspirants coming out of the region, right? So one of their sources was quoted. But the governor of Ondo State, that one, you know, that one is a lawyer, That one explained in detail why this one is not saying Yoruba should be president. Akeredolu is saying that APC, Egbekegbe, should remember what is called federal character, something they didn't use, they didn't practice for 7 years. So Akeredolu is reminding them. And he said that this is the last thing that could break up Nigeria totally. You know why they are in panic mode right now? Like I told you, they have already finalized the person that is going to be their candidate. They have already decided who is going to be the deputy. And like APC as a court, they don't burn anybody well. Once they say that this person, all of this gra go enter voicemail. All of you, they do shakara here and there, you go behave. Now, that is the panic mode right now. If you don't see the signal, listen to what I'm about to read to you. Now, Akeredolu write this one, Governor Akeredolu, APC, Egbekegbe governor of Ogun State. Yeah? Of Ondo State, sorry. According to Akeredolu, sorry, they are tiny writings, so I'll read them slow so that you can get the content. Bear with me. Our party, the All Progressive Congress, has started the process which will eventually culminate in the presentation of elected political leaders who must steer the affairs of the country for another term. We have been able to hold the party's convention successfully. Now, officers of the party have emerged in a process that is widely acknowledged as rancor-free. The level of understanding and maturity displayed by all and sundry has been commendable. Known adversaries have been forced to accept the emerging fact that our party is formidable and ready for the next general elections. The current, what's that? Hang on, whatever. Economic crisis, yeah. The current economic crisis are surmountable. It is commendable that the government is addressing these issues without drama. The federal government and
leadership of our great party will come out stronger, blah, 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 blah. The current democratic dispensation is anchored on the unwritten convention driven by a principle of equity, political, whatever, I can't read that. Oh, why is it so tiny? Okay, hang on. Give me a sec. So the current democratic dispensation is anchored on the unwritten conviction driven by a principle of equity, political expediency dictates, more appealingly that while adhering to the spirit and letters of the laws guiding conduct of elections and succession to political offices, we must do nothing. We must do nothing, which is I don't know that of the whatever. I don't know. I'll go on. Then to the next one, it said our party just elected officials on the established principles of giving every part of the country an important stake in the political calculus. The focus has now shifted to the process which will culminate in the participation of our party in the general election scheduled for next year. All lovers of peace and freedom must do everything to eschew tendencies which may predispose them to taking decisions which promote distrust and lead to a crisis, the end of which nobody may be able to predict. The leadership of the party ensured that the principle of rotational representation guided its decision at the just concluded convention. The party chairmanship position has gone to the north. All other offices have been filled on this understanding. This is the time the leaders of the party must make a categorical statement, devoid of equivocation on the pattern of succession. The party executive committee has fixed a fee for the purchase of the nomination form for the office. It is expected fervently that it will proceed to complete the process by limiting the propensities for disagreement to a region for possible micromanagement. It is very expedient that we avoid self-inflicted crisis before the general elections. It is the turn of the southern part of the country to produce the next president. The party leadership should have no difficulty in making pronouncements on this very important issue, just as it has fixed various fees for the purchase of forms. This must be done without delay. The principle of federal character is enshrined in the 1999 Constitution as amended. It will be disingenuous for anyone to argue against rotation at this period. We must not keep our party men and women guessing on the position of the leadership of the party. This is the time to weigh in and take control of the process. No statement must suggest, even remotely, that the party harbors certain sentiments which may predispose it to consider throwing the contest open. This is certainly not the time for equivocation. Equity dictates that we take a stand. Arakunrin Oluwarotimi Akeredolu, that is the governor of Ondo State. Sorry, the writings are so tiny. I had to expand, but I've got bad eyes in reading tiny content anyway. So everybody is in panic mode because this is May 2022. They have just about 25 days for this to come to an abrupt end. They trapped themselves, ladies and gentlemen. They dined with the devil. They breed a monster, and the monster is about to consume them. and they are about to begin to throw around the cards of is the turn of Southern Nigeria. Southern Nigeria, this, Yoruba, this, Igbo, that. But for the past 3 years after 2019, all of these characters that are going to now talk about Southern Nigeria, this, and they you watch their words, so start watching what they will be saying, start listening to them. You'll be hearing words like crisis, division, implosion, Nigeria, you know, this, they will start using all those words to trigger people, to get them to know that if we don't get what we want, we are going to ask our people to start killing themselves so that we can get what we want and still be part of Nigeria. That is where you come in. They are going to have a meeting in Lagos on Friday. The meeting is not going to be about how can we work together as a people and promote the agenda of Yoruba first from where we come from. Protect our people and encourage same rather than jumping up and down to want to try and undo what Boko Haram has done. Tinubu no get any base for Yoruba land for real. Do you want me to tell you? Apart from those who are collecting his money and those who are also looking forward to collecting their money, for those who know very well, in Yoruba land, which is the southwest Nigeria, as we speak, consists, or should I say comprises of Lagos, Ogun, Ekiti, Osun, Oyo, Ondo, 6 states. Presently, you have Akeredolu in Ondo, APC. You have Sanwo-Iku in Lagos, APC. You have this one, this clown in Osun, forgot his name, Tinubu's cousin, is APC. You have Dubious Dapo in Ogun State, APC. You have Fayemi in Ekiti, APC. And then you have PDP, Seyi Makinde in Oyo. You see, as I hold one hand. Oh yeah, okay. Oletola, thank you very much, Jerry. Oletola. So, by party structure, to all of you, APC controls Southwest majority states. But there is more to that. That you have APC there does not mean that you have Tinubu loyalists there, except if you are one of those who are still lying to themselves. But don't worry, you will find out in a few days. Ogun State, where they managed to bring the fraudulent Dubious Dapo to be their governor, it was a game of revenge against Irokunle Omamoshi. And since then, even Dubious Dapo is here to control the state when you talk about the party there. So therefore, Ogun State is not one of the areas where Tinubu holds sway. Ondo State is where Arakunrin Akeredolu, that I just read part of his letter earlier. And for those who knows how Akeredolu became the governor of Ondo State, you will know that his delegates, their party, their loyalists, and what have you, belong to where? It doesn't belong to Tinubu. Which means you have Osun. Osun is also divided enough that Aregbe Mugbo, who is backing Aregbe Mugbo, that is backing Pastor Ruga, we eventually divide Osun for them. So which means there's no strong hold anywhere for Tinubu other than is Lagos. And that is why all these guys, Fayemi and the rest of them, they are considered as possible saboteurs to Tinubu's ambition. So what do you think will happen on Friday? They will tell them to step down for Tinubu and then let him have their delegate, Abi. When somebody that doesn't even need to go and dash money anywhere is about to be announced as the APC anointed candidate. And like they say, if once they announce it, you don't get any choice. So you have to go and queue behind it, or else, you go realize, say, now from inside jail or exile, your Tifnumbu go to read the election results last. When you dine with the devil, make sure say your spoon long, because you go take beating. Where we say, Baba, when devil finish with others, it go come for you, and that is the stage you are right now. So you see that time that you are living the illusion. Tifnumbu is jaga this, jaga that. Now one small commando, according to them in Lagos, whatever money cannot do, more money will do it. And for those who know better, ask yourselves, should this thing make any sense to you? In 2018, I'm talking to the Lagos Abobakus now and the Oshogbo Alimajiris. She in 2018, in your own widest dream, when you are doing on your mandate, Bola, on your mandate, we shall stand. You remember, it was certain. You were expecting that the moment Bola say he won't be president, all these guys, they have to queue behind him. Was that not your expectation? 3 years ago, 4 years ago, all of you, mandate group. Is that not the name you give to yourself whenever they want to share money for all of you? Mandate group equity. Ashiwaju group, Oshun. Ashiwaju this, Jagaban, this and that. Is that not what they told you then? 4 years ago, would you ever in your widest dream believe that, okay, it's going to be like this? To the point that all your Agbagba, Oshoba, Bisia Konde, they have to start calling a meeting, emergency meeting. That's what they call it, emergency meeting. So please come and we'll talk about this thing. Oh. But it's so difficult. Remember what I said from the beginning. I said, most of what we are going to say here, some of them, what do you call it? Majority of all this Tifnumbu, Vuvuzelas, and the rest of them blackmailing people and the rest of Tifnumbu, they are not going to believe them, because that is you telling them something they have been suspecting, but they have been praying that it should not be true. Let me rephrase, okay? I'll start with this, right? No matter what we say here, it's not what we either make Tifnumbu president or deny him being president. No. There are those who actually believe that Tifnumbu is so influential, that he's so this and that. There are all this drama. People are just trying to, once Ashiwaju do this and that, everybody will step down for him. But 4 years ago, many of them never imagined for once that a day will come that the likes of Pastor Ruga or Oshibajo will stand up and say he wants to be president, that is well positioned, is more experienced than all the aspirants, including Tinubu, that he's been consulting, and it's actually, let me tell you this, right? Oshibajo is more swift than Tifnumbu. Those who are collecting money from Tifnumbu, right? They are collecting money from Tifnumbu, hyping Tifnumbu. Meanwhile, the Tifnumbu boys themselves are already divided. They've already divided the camp enough that where Oshibajo should be working, he is already winning them over. Now, for Tifnumbu's camp, it is the greatest betrayal ever seen, because this is not a joke. Oshibajo wants to be president. So what happened to Tifnumbu? So 4 years ago, majority of them today, who are now trying to create another alternative and say, Jagaban will finish his enemy. 4 years ago, they were expecting that when it is Tifnumbu's turn, Fashola, Fayemi, Aregbesola, all of them, all the governors, all the senators, all the reps, they will come together and they will just endorse Tifnumbu. Shina waiting happen be that. That was when the reality started coming, settling. So whatever I say today, don't mind them. They don't have to believe us. Okay? Because they won't. They won't be. How can you make them believe something how can you make them believe that what they have believed in for years, that they didn't mind if Nigeria was going up in flames, if people are dying like nothing, if the terrorists are ransacking everywhere, if the economy is in recession, if poverty has escalated, they were just focused like last, Tifnumbu will be president. 4 years ago, that is changing now. It has now gotten to a stage whereby they have to call them and say, come, this thing don't they go messy. We cannot let you go like this. If we want to face these people, we'll face them all. Because the report we are now getting from Abuja is that somebody is coming out and he's not from the south of Nigeria at all. So we better make we position ourselves so that we go know what we go do. Now, that is panic mode. When they ask Bokuwari, who are you going to hand over to? What's the plan for your successor? This is what he said.
So a lot of presidential aspirants have come to you for endorsement. Some even say you have asked them to run while you watch. What kind of person would you like to hand over to?
The person that Nigerians elect.
Sefini. For those who are smart, who have been following this, they said, Bokuwari and his gang, they have committed serious, grievous crimes against the people of Nigeria. That there is no way, no matter how corrupt that person is or stupid, there's no way whoever succeeded Bokuwari will not order for their arrest and order for the arrest of more than 80% of those who work for Bokuwari. 80%. I mean, it's not possible. Like, it's going to be a national inquiry. And the likes of Bokuwari and gang, they will never let that happen. These guys, they looted your central bank beyond what Abacha even attempted. They destroyed your naira to tatters to the point that they are printing money like they are printing press. They have carried out genocidal operations, covert and overt and whatever you want to call it, on the people of genocide on the people of Nigeria, indigenous people of Nigeria. These guys can't spend the rest of their lives working free. No matter how corrupt you think Nigeria is, nobody will come in after these guys that is not one of them that will ever let them work free. Nobody. So they're not going to take that chances. No, they're not stupid. They're not going to take that. They're not going to take the chances. So they want the power to remain in northern Nigeria, and it's going to be called democracy. Federal character is dead. PDP is not honoring it. APC is not honoring it. If that is one thing that is left that you are holding on to, that's making you feel like Nigeria may still work, then you are about to play your last card. I told you, I said, if you look at those who don't really believe in Nigeria anymore, based on what they have come to know, and the characters who continue to present themselves as the messiahs, the solution to the problems they have created, you realize that some of them didn't give up on Nigeria until some people are watching me right now. They didn't give up on Nigeria until early this year. So many people gave up on Nigeria during the NSAS Lekki massacre. That this is it for me. I'm done. Government ordered the killings of the no. Some people, they did not give up completely
until the beginning of this year. So if you are one of those who still have something you are holding on to, the only thing you have on your side is time. Time will unravel that last card you have that is still making you feel like maybe Nigeria can work. Boko Haram and gang are not stupid. They have committed crimes that you can call crimes against humanity. Boko Haram, for example, by the time they finish with him in a proper international court, he'll probably be spending maybe another 180, 200 years of his life in prison. Even when he's dead, they'll pack his bone and they'll bury it again and say he's still in custody of the Royal Guard of Netherlands. Same thing with Burataye the Butcher and so many other characters who ensure the crimes against you. You see? So they can't let go just like that. They have different options. Number one, they cannot conduct election when there is crisis in any part of Nigeria. Today, under the APC, Nigeria has, before now anyway, Nigeria has 6 geopolitical zones. The Northeast, Northwest, North Central, Southeast, Southwest, and the Niger Delta called South-South. Today, the entire 6 geopolitical zone is facing different crises, from Fulani invasion to army conducting a genocide and to militants, So which simply means Boko Haram's government with Malamu, they under their bogus law by the National Assembly rubber stamp, they can choose to postpone election if they want to, based on this. Another one is that they can say let democracy rule then. So what happened? They will give you a system that will eventually tailor you back to keep the power in the north. As Boko Haram said, he will hand over power to whoever is elected. The last option is a coup. All options are on the table. And with these criminals, what we have seen with them in 7 years, things that the Tifnumbu and gang, they have defended for 7 years, then definitely nothing is impossible or too much for them to do. We have witnessed them kill innocent people right there on the street, and they denied, despite the video and pictorial evidence. So definitely, there's nothing off the table. But why? It is simply because somebody must come in to protect and then continue what they have started. Now, this is where you as a Yoruba man must never be dragged into it, no matter what. You must never be blackmailed into it. Tifnumbu and gang are opportunists. They are chancers. You know those they call chancers, the opportunists who knows your dilemma, and rather than come to your aid, they decided to become your bane, so to say, to getting out of the trenches, so to say. However, they have taken the advantage for far too long that the consequences of their what they did and what they didn't do, all coupled with their silence and their cooperation with what Nigeria has forced the entire region to become today, then you should never be blackmailed into defending them. Trust me, it is a pure waste of brotherhood, they say. Pastor Ruga said he's going to continue from where Boko Haram is going to stop because he's learned a lot from Boko Haram. Is that something that you can say is pro-Yoruba? Is it? Of course not. You won't say that. It's never pro anyone. Boko Haram is not even pro-Fulani. Boko Haram is not pro-Hausa. Boko Haram and APC, Egbe, and what they have done is not pro anybody. It is pro themselves, the jihadists, and their friends. So why should you be part of that then? That's why we call their election validation. It's not election, it's called validation. You go out there, validate it for them. But the truth of the matter is this. In the next few days, you will need to make a decision. Do you still want to believe the lies they have told you for far too long? Yeah? Or do you want to begin to
form your own idea of what a just existence should be like. Not the one these guys have created, not the ones that, as we speak, right, they've even lost control of. They are no longer that viable enough to even think right for you, for me. So why should you, by any means, contribute or waste your own emotional contribution to that? And that is why we said, rather than be part of them, as they say, if you can't beat them, you join them. But that's not what we say on MaiyegunsDiary Politico. Or MaiyegunsDiary Politico, we say, if you can't beat them, wait, call others, join hands, and beat them. And that's why we choose that for those who are in the know, who knows that rather than the continuation of helping to sustain a contraption that they have kept for far too long, not in your interest, not in my interest, but in the interest of the minute few, but why the majority are paying the price, who are paying the consequences of their own decisions. So you have the right to choose yours. And that's why I'm saying it to you today. Those who entered panic mode, they will self-destruct. And it is good to watch them. But when they are self-destructing, when they finally destroy themselves, where do you want to be? What do you want to call your own battle? They are about to lose out on their gamble. The bet they placed on Bokwari and APC, but they want to drag you as a Yoruba man into it. The question you should ask them when they come is this. When they tell you that Yorubas are about to be shortchanged, because this is the kind of messages they actually preach. When they burn their hands and they couldn't get what they want from the rogues they are partnering with, yeah? Then they're going to come back home and say, this Nigeria ate Yorubas. Don't listen to them. They are those who hated Yorubas, who have decided to use the mystery of Nigeria on the Yoruba people, to use that to make themselves rich. They bet that they could become richer by controlling the entire Nigeria. Now that is about to fail. And that is where you should begin to distance yourself from them. Politically, are you with me? When they say come and vote, tell them, is it in the same Nigeria that they helped Bokwari to shape? The same Nigeria where the voters card is easier to access. In northern Nigeria, they can register 1.8 million voters, including children in Jigawa, but they can only register 12 students in the entire Jigawa for WAEC. Now, that is the people where you go to the southern Nigeria and then you begin to read 48 laws of power because you want to get a voter's card. If you cannot see through that, well, you are not seeing anything at all. And if the reason why you probably felt like your election will count in any way for them, is about to explode too, they will not be part of it. Take that from me. And when they finally lose out, people like us will be here to say the prodigal sons and the daughters of Yoruba land deceived by Tifnumbu and his greed. Don't take your anger on anyone. Take it on them who always believe that they have a place to return to. Now, that is one thing we should all agree to do. They have messed up Yoruba land, and they will be messed up too. Yoruba land won't be their sanctuary, political sanctuary anymore. It is not going to be business as usual anymore. And listen to this, this is not blabbing or just making mouth. The reason is these people are now waking up. People are now ready to put it, to give it all and stop those who have been using the Yoruba name to negotiate with Nigeria in order to keep us in the bondage that says that it is non-negotiable. Who stays in a deal that says 70 million people are in a package that is non-negotiable? And you will have all these rogues who have never called a meeting for the progress of Yoruba land. They have never called a meeting in that body lawn to talk about how to generate electricity for the entire Yoruba people. They have never called a meeting of all their own lawmakers, 5 states controlled by APC. There's never been a time that they say, oh, all the lawmakers from all these places, they should come together and move a bill for the autonomous, what do you call it? Autonomous region of Western region of Nigeria. There was never a time for it. There was never a time that they sat together to discuss the progress of Yoruba land when they called themselves together. It is about how to share positions, how to share slots, how to share the money and the resources of the land. Once they feel like they're about to be shortchanged, they quickly call emergency meeting and they will start shouting, Yoruba, Yoruba, Yoruba. Oh, Yoruba cannot accept that. The Yoruba people are this. The Yoruba, the Southwest people are that. The mad people that decided to come and scam Yoruba people, they call their bogus, fraudulent, greedy, selfish campaign. They call it Swagger, Southwest Agenda 2023. Yeah, they never sat together to discuss about healthcare in Yoruba land. They never sat together on how to share and then, share information, share resources, and build together as a people. Something that could be a model. They have the capacity to do that too. The Olori Brukus will be telling you that maybe when Tifnumbu become president, it will be able to do that for you. The Kolu that cannot hold a single cup. You see young people jumping up and down. Now, I stop talking about our leader. He said,
"Go. I'm begging you. I'm begging you to tolerate. I beg peace. Part of your master plan. You be there, and yes, I'll be a youth, and I'm a youth.
Call you. So normally, if it's not greed, yeah. Listen, if it's not greed, it's a two-way thing, though. The kingmaker who won't be king. Somebody that cannot hold water for long. Maiyegun, don't talk like that. He's an old man. He can be your father. And, don't mock him. That because his hand is shaking. Nobody today I don't deal with people like you, sir. Amma. Came in my market in the Abi? Because anybody can go. Oriyiti daruma. Come on, you, but run you let oriyiti daru. So ben she gbon be dagba to yen ma eni towo e wa ngbon yen le believe pe okolo e gan gbon because àwọn èyàn tó rí towo e owo ni kokon lo ngbon lára Tifnumbu okolo gan ti ngbon. The people around him, they know that. That is why we tell you that your permanent voters card has expired. You need to go and get another permanent voters card that is active. Eni tokolo e ngbon ni. That is why when they said that 33% people are unemployed in Nigeria last year, it was like 33% unemployed. Recruit 50 million youths into the army. What are they going to eat? Cassava, agbado. Awin is grown here. Recruit. Ṣẹ́ni tọ́pọ̀lọ ẹ̀ pé torí ẹ̀ pé a ní kọ́kọ́ 50 million sínú army. So màámi, orí yín gan, orí tí yín gan ò pé. Tó bá jẹ́ pé ẹni tọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ ń gbọ̀n yẹn. Tó ń gbọ̀n yẹn. Mama, don't talk like that, Maiyegun. You don't continue talking. Leave his hand. Ta ló sọ pé mi ò ní interest inú hand ẹ̀. I'm interested. It's just to show how deluded many people are. When they want to lie to you, when they want to manipulate you, right? They tell you to ignore the obvious and focus on what? On what exactly? Tifnumbu made people. And you look at Yoruba land, you look at Lagos, ẹ̀yin òpònú ayérada yìí, ó fẹ́ tọ̀nà, ó kù díẹ̀. Ẹ̀yin òpònú afọ́fúngbẹ́mu, oníjẹkújẹ ti fún lọ́rùn. Kini policy Southwest by you? What exactly is that impact? You can see as a region, as a people, this impact is massive. No. If not for him, before now, we all have to wait on the national grid to get electricity. It was the initiative of Tifnumbu. They put resources together. They built the better grid for Yoruba land, and they put a legislation in that cut Yoruba out of the national grid. And today, in Nigeria, Southwest Nigeria has 24 hours electricity. Who told you that's not possible? No be law they go make. No be money they go spend. When you will return to Lomi, even get ordinary drinking water in Lagos, and you're jumping everywhere.
But you know what Tifnubu did? If not because of Tifnubu, I won't weary. I won't continue. Where's your own father, Maiyegun? You this, some even call me Omoale. Can you imagine? Tifnubu, Oceans, yeah? They didn't know what to say. Say, look at this Omoale. This Maiyegun is Omoale Yoruba. He's always criticizing Tifnubu and you lofo. Omoale Yoruba. Lomi. Nino. Nishe. Say, what did your papa do? What did your papa do, Maiyegun? My papa there was never a time my papa said me he know how to build road. There was never a time in your history when my papa come out and say, hey, I know how to build electricity. Oh, yeah, make me your governor. Never. My mama never say, hey, come on, people, I can build road, I can build better hospitals. Oh, I want to be your senator. I can make better laws. Tori tinyi bakwe. My mama, my papa, be like your mama and your papa. And possibly, they can't be like you too. Because waiting they want to do other than to be part of the larger community that also what? Possibly believed in these liars like you are believing in them today. But my papa no construct road for you. Where you go say, waiting your papa do with the money we will give and to build road. My papa didn't make any policy. I say, it's because your papa is not useful. Oh. I want to what useful. I want Tifnubu and co. To what useful. Eyi she eni. Eyi no eni. Eyi omi kosi. Onje babu. Security babu. So I want to check one lè ṣe nǹkan nìyẹn. So look at that. My papa no owe you any dime. My papa died as one of the victims. They died. I mean, they scammed. They scammed your papa. They scammed your mama. You can't grow old like this. You still they promote the people who scam your papa, your mama. You get sense, so? Like they say in the general parlance, right? They say, you build your own electricity. You build your own house. You provide, you have provided your own electricity, provided your own water. You've provided your own medical care, provided your own education for your children. Now you are providing your own security. And then you can't come out with your pot belly, an empty brain. You say you are a proud Nigerian. Baba, are you sure? Are you sure that you are a proud Nigerian or just a proud idiot? I'm not trying to insult you. Don't take it as an insult. And I'm not also going to apologize as well. But I'm just saying, I'm asking a question. Be proud Nigerian. I'm a proud Nigerian. I'm proud of my country. I'm proud of my... are you sure you are not a proud idiot? Like if you put everything together, 1, 2, 3, put them together, all join. Are you sure? Eh? Something that came to my head when I remember that. Are you sure?
This is 2021. Some people are already getting ready to kill themselves over 2023. And they don't even know whether there will be 2023. They don't even know if there is 2023, whether they will still be around. There's nobody here who can say for sure that we will still be around by tomorrow. Nobody. It is God who determines who will still be around by 2023. Somebody said to me, sir, who do you think should be president in 2023? I said, president of where? He said, president of Nigeria. How are you sure there will be Nigeria in 2023? How are you sure? Can you swear? I pray there will be, so don't misquote me. But are you sure? Are you sure?
I told you. See, if you want to know If you want to know that I actually know my audience when I want to write them up as well, right? Go to Facebook. You will see some of these Lagos Abobakus. They don't run mental. Oh, my, you this Maiyegun, go and read them now. So some of these things we are the same. Some of you on YouTube will be like, oh, I love this Maiyegun tonight. Oh, you don't understand. I don't get some people. They just sit together and they watch me hungry. This Maiyegun, na so them be. Gbogbo kurakuta yin o ma pin pata. Ti me ba ti tan. Gbogbo sogundogoji yin, gbogbo gira yin, swagger, gbogbo atole yin, gbogbo yagbe sara yin. Ẹ̀yin wèrè Lagos Abobaku, ẹ̀yin wèrè Òṣogbo Àlìmájìrì, ẹ̀yin lè biti fún lọ́rùn, ẹ̀yin ọmọ àlè ìrankíran lẹ Yorùbá. In the next few weeks, gbogbo kurakuta yin máa pín. Ẹ wá bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní sunkún kiri bí egbére. See, those of you who are my friends on MaiyegunsDiary Politico, you remember, I am telling you to get prepared. They are going to come back and say, maybe now the bloggers no let Tifnumbu become president. Maybe now this one no let that one, but don't be deceived. All these faceless rogues, I call them Lagos Abobakus, Òṣogbo Àlìmájìrì, on-boot slaves, obedient fools, sophisticated morons, the Baba Sokpes, the all risers. All of them don't get Facebook. Oh. If MC Olueran, their chief Agbero Mota, if he get Facebook account, who can say all these educated thugs, the result of Tifnumbu's legacy. So they will destroy themselves. Then they will look for who to blame. And that is why you, as a member of the Temple of Truth, let the truth, free you and keep you free. But you see all these sangbetos on your mandate, on your mandate, on your mandate, we shall stand. Bola on your pampas, we shall stand. On your pampas, we shall stand. On your pampas, Bola, on your pampas, Bola, on your pampas, we shall die. Those ones are here. It is just few days away. I was speaking up on the social media earlier, and they said that the chief of chief of army staff, I think, chief of general staff, I've been waiting wherever, the military. They came out. They said that they are worried that some soldiers in Nigeria, they are now members of Boko Haram. She no be juju be that. You released repentant terrorists. You carry uniform, give them. Carry gun, give them. They say over 30,000 repentant terrorists too. But yet, not even a single information could lead to an overall sweeping of all these terrorist cells in northern Nigeria. They can't turn around and they tell us now, say, terrorists, say soldier, they do terrorism. Shoo everywhere. But we they talk, they say we they do show. Now they are coming back to say the terrorists are now wearing uniform. Then they can't find out they could discover them. Soldiers are now working with Boko Haram. I don't tell you, they are following the lead of their own leaders, their commanders. Buratai the Butcher. You know who is that? Buratai the Butcher. He got promoted under Bokwari APC in 2015. When wait me that guy named Dasuki. When Dasuki was the national security advisor to Goodluck Egbere Jolantan, Buratai the Butcher was the man in charge of the military or the defense itinerary. Where did they keep weapons? Where they have weapons? What kind of weapons? When did they arrive? Which ones have they taken out? So there is something called security vote. As you have been hearing security vote here and there, the Nigeria presidential security vote, the president security vote, Baba, $9. Oh, that was the account NSA handles.
for Goodluck Egbere Jonathan. That was the account. $2 billion they inside that account. Imagine, Jonathan. $2 billion for one president to fight for security votes. From that money was what Dasuki started spending. But guess what? When they said Dasuki should be buying weapons, what they didn't tell you then was that no be even Dasuki they buy weapons. You don't even get anything to do with weapons. But APC, Egbe propaganda, works so well. They lock Dasuki up. The person we can't talk say Dasuki they buy weapon. Nigeria they buy weapon under Jonathan. That person that was signing the papers, Buratai the butcher. Maybe they're supposed to arrest them too. Say they no buy weapon to fight security to fight Boko Haram. Or more. Now promotion the guy get to. That was how he became the butcher for Boko Haram. It was the guy who supervised the killings of 1,482 or more Shiites in December 2015. Just 5 months after Boko Haram came in. They call clear road. Kill nearly 1,500 people. Deny. After 2 years, confess. They say, okay, we no kill up to 1,005. Now only about 500 we kill. Where them body, they don't pour acid, bury them inside shallow grave in Kaduna. Buratai the butcher supervised that. He got promoted again. He got more money. To the point that he went on to kill in broad daylight. He was the one in charge of the Lekki massacre. Yeah, he's been the one in charge of Operation Python Dance in Eastern Nigeria, where they have killed innocent people, right? But guess what? He got rewarded. They just had to send him to Benin Republic to go and become an ambassador there, so that he can be very close to home and, keep the lens on. It was him, Buratai the butcher, who brought the idea of Operation Safe Corridor. Operation Safe Corridor is for the terrorists in Nigeria who, even if they catch you, they kill soldiers, they kill everybody. Once you say, I repent, no shoot, that can they no shoot, Omo, soldier go hands down, they're not supposed to shoot you. If soldier shoot you, when you don't say, I repent, astagfirullah, like this, Omo, and they still shoot you, they go kill that soldier self. It was Buratai the butcher who opened that door. They called it Operation Safe Corridor for terrorists to get a freeway. They will never see court. They will never see any judge. They will never face any court. It was them. Buratai the butcher. Now they are coming to say soldiers are working with terrorists. Then they're mad. Maybe terrorists get government. Is terrorists not in charge of the government? Are you that blind to see? Come on. The alternative reality they are making you paint for yourself, this one is real. You are trying to avoid it, but it's real. That's why I said that the atrocities committed by Boko Haram, they need people to cover them up. These guys were so desperate. They were trying to make laws to abrogate all the waterways in Nigeria. You know that normally by law, they have fake law, Land Use Act or something, that finally got thrown away, yeah? Obasanjo put something together. Decree, I don't know which decree it was. They call it Land Use Act. Obasanjo said all lands in Nigeria belong to the federal government of Nigeria. Now, since then, so many of these region states, they have been in courts. Obasanjo, a Yoruba man, was the person who claimed and made law that all the lands in Nigeria belong to Yoruba land, Igbo land, every land everywhere belong to federal government of Nigeria, including waterways everywhere. It was recent that 2005, I think, that they managed, or 2005 or 2007, that they managed to get that law. Since 1974, Obasanjo did that. Since 1970, since since 1976, 77, Obasanjo. Then Boko Haram came in to say all land, all the water, they will now be owned by the government of Nigeria, so that they can resettle the Fulani terrorists that are crossing from the Sahel because of the climate change, because their cows need water. If your cow need water, now to start kidnapping people and start killing people with AK-47, we know better. Are you with me? So they need people to cover them up so that they don't end up in jail, which is where they are going to end up. And I'm so happy that people are actually keeping record, though. See, forget about all these fancy things you are watching and all of that, okay? For those who are following the situation proper, yeah, you will know that people are keeping records. And one day, your Bokuwari, you will be shocked if Ant touch arm. Maybe they go out for medical, this and that. One of those things, it will travel, it will not come back. Maiyegun is not possible. Don't worry now. Maybe you are living in the world of Bokuwari APC today. This is their world. This is the view. This is what they've built. The whole thing will collapse. All of that will collapse very soon, including the Nigeria that they believe will shield them. Do you understand that? But wait for it. People are keeping record. And they know those who are giving the orders, those who are pushing, those who are killing and masterminding all this atrocity. Do you know that? And they will not be protected forever. So Tifnumbu and gang that are now in this, what we call the panic mode, I am alerting you now. If tomorrow they suddenly say, Tifnumbu don't endorse one, blah, 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 just know that they are trying to have what do you call it? They are trying to have what they call face saving. If I say this whole thing don't blow now, if we should let Ashiwaju push this thing to this far, it may become disastrous so politically. So maybe we'll just say Baba don't endorse so and so. Or people will not attend it. It will be the fight to finish and the proper order will come later. Either way, prepare your mind. And in this case, if you are one of the Tifnumbu apologists, I am telling you today, there is nothing that will come out of this. Nothing. You see, even if we take out every other thing that we have projected and all that, take a look at another info here. Nigeria is so divided that one Nigeria is fraudulent, okay? You, as a Yoruba man, if you have problems agreeing that what they did for the Yorubas in 1999, when they felt like the Yorubas, after all the contribution Yorubas have made to Nigeria, and the closest that Yorubas could get closer to the presidency of Nigeria, and they killed Abiola, who happened to be their friend, right? So, for them not to lose Nigeria completely, if Yoruba breaks away from Nigeria, which was so imminent at the time, that probably today Yorubas could be fighting a civil war instead of having a 1999 election or 1999 democracy. Some of you may not know this, but now you do. So they agreed that every platform, everywhere, everyone should just make sure that the Yorubas are given the presidency in 1999. Nobody should contest against them. And that's exactly what happened. They worked out all of that. They called it trying to keep Nigeria one. But today, many of you Indomie generation, many of you who they have managed to recruit into their political academy of nothingness, emptiness. Indomie generation. You didn't know about that sacrifice, do you? That sacrifice is why you actually still have democracy today in that your Nigeria. But today you have a problem. When they say one Nigeria, an Igbo man will have to do times 10 of what a Fulani man or an Hausa man or what do you call an Ijo man or even a Yoruba man would do to be acknowledged as part of Nigeria. Now listen to this. Since you all know that Nigeria is messed up enough that you don't want to publicly admit the division, the vast division that you've got, people like us will continue to remind you. And until you prove otherwise, right? Which, forget it. It's never going to happen, is it? So once you continue to have a problem that an Igbo man cannot be unanimously agreed to be president of Nigeria, and they have to go and work for it and the rest of that, continue deceiving yourself. They will serve you what they will serve you now, and you are going to come back. Guess what? You are going to begin to act like the Biafrans too. Shebi, they shout Tifnumbu now. You they shout APC, Egbekegbe now. Some of you are even jumping up for PDP right now. Don't worry. Like we all know, it is expected. You will all get served. Except, you all get served. The breakfast, cold.
Oh, Bugwala ma je breakfast. Asiko to ni kaluku ma je tie, ototoni. Summa bilai.
So it's not on us, it's not on you. When they finally once they finally finish themselves, we would expect you to join us, see the light, because you are going to be like the Biafrans too. Everything that you have possibly you are because listen, I can tell you this: many of you who still believe in one Nigeria, some of you are waiting for this moment to see if something can change in order to just have a little bit of hope in you maintained or sustained for another time. But Nigeria has a way of breaking. It will get to you, break you in. You'll be like, damn it, it's over. And that is why I'm saying it to you early enough. If you can save yourself the emotional trauma, there are people who believe that we deserve better. These characters that are pretty much all for their own selfish interest deserves to be completely wiped off our own consciousness if we can. Yes, we can actually. They choose a path of destruction and they want you all to follow them. You have seen worse. You can choose otherwise too. And that is why me as a Yoruba man, with my fellow Yoruba brothers and sisters all over the world, we chose to follow our own path that is clearer enough, peaceful enough. And if we die, we will not be dying in the name of trying to make Tifnumbu president, trying to make another rogue in Yoruba land powerful or rich in Yoruba land anymore. It will be because we believe that our children deserve better and they don't deserve to exist in this world that these rogues have created for us. The world of panic, fear, the world of a lack and want, the world of a poverty and dependability that these guys have forced on us, forced on our parents. So if we die in what we believe in, then definitely we are dying in protection of what we believe our children will never have to experience. No. This is worthy if you understand it better, and making it understandable for everyone is going to be your job. It's going to be my job. After talking about the rogues that brought us here, how do we get ourselves out of here if we continue to wait for them to get us out? Some of us don't believe in them anymore. Trust me, we don't. 100% we don't. Many of us are waiting for the proper resources to actually challenge them. Do you understand? Challenge them at their own turf as much as possible in order to free our people from the shackles of manipulations that these guys have maintained for 2 long decades, at least in the recent times. 2 long decades of failed promises and lies, fake promises and lies. So let them call their meetings 1 million times. As they are gathering, we will be also working to scatter whatever they come up with as well. Now, call us any name. We are fighting for our own survival. With what they have done today, with the Yoruba land that the Tifnumbu and gang have made possible today in Nigeria, courtesy the association with Bokwari and gang, Yoruba land is poorer. Yoruba land is more, it's underdeveloped. The Yoruba people are facing the hell of an experience like just anybody else elsewhere. I speak for the Yorubas. I speak for the oppressed as much as possible. But this time, the Yoruba people that are going to be blackmailed into, believing that Tifnumbu deserves their attention, or Shumbade fake Pastor Ruga deserves their pity, or any of these rogues actually stands for them. It is our job to ensure that that is never established. And if it's been established in any way to make people feel that false hope, it is our job to destroy it. And that's what we're going to do. One by one. They will watch us. That's the one that I know will impact them, okay? That they do a meeting that Bokwari decide not to give them, not to make Tifnumbu their president, that they decide to play all of them and turn them into chess like this. Where is it again? I have one picture that actually depicts that. Let's see if I still have it. Yeah, this picture. Whatever Tifnumbu, whatever Bokwari does with them, yeah, it's none of our own business, okay? But the fallout of it is going to be our own business at that point. And that is why we have come together to say we will resist them and we will make the people they have been deceiving to resist them. It will be gradual, but we'll do it. You get what I mean now? So Yorubas will not be deceived into believing that Tifnumbu has anything to offer, or that Yorubas, should believe that they have any reason to defend any of these rogues. And nobody will be blackmailed into doing anything, okay? So our campaigns will educate the people. Listen, our campaigns will educate the people. why this election, that these rogues who are going to play the tribal, religious, and ethnic cards at some point, you should never be part of that. Reject them. And you must make it obvious that the Yorubas, the majority of the sensible Yorubas, not the LABs, the impoverished one that they are manipulating, no. Sensible Omoluabis, Omokaro G race in Yoruba land. We will spend our time, we'll spend our resources. We will enlighten them as you are preparing for 2023 elections, right? We are also preparing for, educating the people to reject that. Do you see that now? Like, you may not like me. See, if you are from their camp, Lagos Abobakus, Oshogbo Alimajiris, look at me very well. You may not like me. I don't like you too. Okay? So, and I don't pretend about it. It's just that I don't hate you. Maybe some of you will be like, I hate this Maiyegun and all of that. That's your business. I don't hate you. Okay? But I don't like you. And the reason why I don't like you is because of your choice. Right? And the choice there, which happens to be the choice that is also indirectly and directly affecting millions of us because of your choice. So that means that's why I don't like you, because you're also grandstanding, doubling down that your criminal leaders continue to be your inspiration. So to somebody like me, I don't accept that and I don't like that. But listen, I don't hate you. You have your choice to make, and you don't like me too for calling your leaders their true names. And I appreciate that you don't like me, okay? I don't like you too. But one thing there is this, right? You cannot throw away every fact I throw your way. You can't throw them away. And my job is to make sure that we pull our resources together, a lot of it, a lot of money, a lot of people, a lot of interest. We'll put them together to tell the Yorubas, Tifnumbu is a bad one. Nigeria is a bad market. Anyone selling Nigeria to you is an enemy that you must run away from, far, far away from, and tell them never to enter your house again. Now, that will be our own job. So how are you going to like me? My job is to reduce your vote, to reduce the lies. Yeah, to reduce the vote that you always get with lies, to get people to delegitimize that your agenda and what have you, and for a reasonable reason, for a viable reasons. And then where that is going to lead to, you just wait and see. So then, why should I expect you to like me? Of course, you're not going to like me. I respect that. You are also going to underrate us as you do all the time. One way they called me blogger. You these bloggers. Mini bloggers, Abi. Kosiwala. That is what your leaders will see. They will say, I want bloggers, Yeni. Emi Maiyegun bloggers, Abi. Don't worry. By the time it gets so close enough that you begin to see the shadow of Maiyegun and his friends in everything you do, right there in the heartland of Yoruba land, places you always had it so easy and smooth, then you begin to face a proper resistance and all of that from the people who are telling you that you've got nothing to offer. That time, you will know that Maiyegun is not just a blogger. I want blogger, you mean a blogger. You will figure it out soon. We have the capacity to get our people to know the truth. And when they do, I bet you, they are never going to take the bullshit the way they have been taking them anymore. And that is the powerful tool that they have been trying so much to prevent us from passing on to the people. We will pass them. We will pass them. And we will pass those information to empower the people to ask the right questions and at the same time demystify those rogues who have been lying to them for decades. Because the enemy of Yoruba lands are the Yorubas. The enemies of those who have worked against the interests of Yoruba land, they are not Igbos, they are not Fulanis, they are not Awusas, they are not Ijos, they are not from outside Yoruba land. They are Yorubas, including Yoruba traditional rulers. Do you know that they are calling traditional rulers to their meeting to come and talk to them so that maybe they can beg them to step down for Tifnumbu? The royal fathers, they call them. I want political oba, I want oba wiri, I want oba onijekuji, I want oba ofo. They are going to go there to go and try and see how they can pave the way for Tifnumbu. So we will put our resources together. We are not going to fight you. Fight you, okay? I'm out there. Fight you. It is now we being that if they burn you work out, nobody is going to fight you. You will be say, even your guys go they see the shadow, say, this boy is everywhere. Wait, who are these guys? Who are these people? They say, well, it don't happen, it don't read. You see all these 10,000 naira, 5,000 naira they are giving to you. 10,000, 20,000 they are giving to some of you. That automatically just snowball you into this euphoria of Tifnubu is the best. This Pastor Ruga is this. PDP is that. This and that. All those things they are doing for you. All this money they are giving to you, right? We will neutralize them. You better collect them and do your doings. In the next few months, you are going to feel us. You are going to see our hands. And people are going to start asking you some questions they've never asked you before. Honestly speaking. It doesn't mean that you are not going to see those that are going to collect the 1,000, 2,000, 500 naira to mount your here and there. But gradually, you will feel us. And I'm not saying you, the vuvu sellers. I'm talking about your leaders, your criminal political leaders. Many of them are watching me right now. Yes, they are watching me right now. And our own technique is not going to be physical. Because what you know better is to go physical, attack people, kidnap them, kill them, and put them in a illegal jail and the rest of that. We will tell you that technologically, this phase, technologically, yeah, we can touch you without you even seeing us. Yes, we can touch you technologically, and we can make our message delivered. We can deliver our messages to you, your bosses, Tifnumbu and gang, all of them, in a twinkle of a twist of a finger, I would say, or flick of a finger. Our message is non-violent. They have deceived Yoruba land for so long. And Nigeria has a project, a faulty structure that Tifnumbu and the rest of them acknowledged has done more damages to our people, to our land, than we can ever imagine. And the likes of Tifnumbu and gang, as political actors, should have made their Yoruba land their priority, Yoruba first. But they lost all of that since they tasted the federal oil, the federal money, and the rest of that. So they saw that they are now seeing themselves as what? The Alpha and Omega who knows what we want, even when our people are dying in silence and in poverty. Do you get what I mean? Nigeria did that to us, but they allowed that to happen. So if we have to change that, we have to deal with them, not with Nigeria. We'll deal with Nigeria once we deal with them. You know why? Because they are those who have been enabling Nigeria to do this to us. Do you get that? And they are telling us that it is the best thing that ever happened to us. We have to accept it. Or they will call us criminals or rebels. How people are going to reject them, you are going to end up studying it. How we are going to do this? You are going to study this in years to come. How did they do it? How did they pull it off? How did they push that out? And all of that. You are going to study it. So, underrate us at your own peril. Laugh at us. Call us names. You probably won't be laughing for long. I choose to open the line tonight as well to get people to add their own voice. So there is this information I want to share with you, my friends, okay? There's a FIFA football game that somebody raised on MaiyegunsDiary Politico sometimes ago. It is called CONIFA games for the nations who are, who are thriving or striving to become independence on their own. So countries like that all over the world, and including Africa, they have this annual football tournament in South Africa. And the organizers, who have been those who put this together in Yoruba land, they believe that the message can go global. And sport is another means of connecting with other nations who are also kind of experiencing or experimenting what we are also trying to do. So CONIFA, as it is, the organizers said that they have already opened up a donation platform for that. And they have a target, okay? So I want to implore us, once I lay my hands on that link to their fundraiser, they are going to need our support, a great one. And I'm saying this because it's also kind of a part of what we are asking everybody to do. Do your part, get the message out, put together programs that can always put this Yoruba self-determination, Yoruba sovereign nation advocacy that can put it on the map. Every little help count. Before I open the line, I am going to quickly make myself another cup of tea. And when I get back here, we will continue from here. The line is opened, but I will take my first call when I return in a moment. Thank you. So my friends, take a moment. You can still like that video. If you're watching me on YouTube, on Facebook, I never really get all my friends to see the notification. But for those of you who got the notification today, right? Remember, you can still share it for those who didn't. And to my friends on Facebook, on YouTube, over 2,300 of you right now, you can do better than 700 people dropping their own offerings. Do that, and I'll be back in a minute or two or three. That's them, those guys. Like I say all the time. I like them. I do. So yeah, I'm going to open my line, and I've got a few things to add too. By the way, I want to say thank you to all of our donors on the fundraiser we've got on the side, which we have kept on to use to further our publicity awareness, including welfare of those we are also reaching out to. So I have received an approval to take on the welfare of Alano and Deputy Alano as discussed. So I'm going to be releasing some money in the next couple of days. Oloye Sunday Igboho has given his blessing to that. I'll tell you how much we come up with once we finalize on that. Okay, so therefore they are going to get something soon. And the other thing is that Oloye himself, which we are also working on something that I will keep for now. Okay. So thank you to every one of you who has been so much consistent and upcoming all the time. So as for our Yoruba Rescue Fund, that is going to be that's already ongoing anyway. I have received a bit of few phone calls from those who have shown interest on how they can offer us technical support, some other support here and there. And I can tell you that it's so looking good. Some people really have a clue of what we want to do, how vast and detailed, and then, technical, what we are about to do, talking about getting an harmonized, centralized funding for the advocacy of Yoruba sovereign nation, including all our activities all over the world. So it's a big thing, and a lot of people are interested now, and I'm so happy, for their own interest so far. So yeah, I'm going to say thank you. One moment.
All right. So I have also been told that this broadcast is being streamed live on what do you call it, Clubhouse. Okay. So if you, by any chance, are a regular on Clubhouse, you can always listen to MaiyegunsDiary Politico on the Rubicon. I think that's what the group is called on Clubhouse. So thank you. These are the part of the information I want to share with you today. And the line is going to be opened now. So let me listen to something here before I take my first call.
So
if you're looking for the number to call, it's actually on your screen and it's WhatsApp call only. Remember that. Before it gets so clogged up and busy, you can start dialing now. Sorry, one sec. Yeah. Hello there.
Hello, what am I going? Thank you for the good broadcast you have today.
Thanks.
Man. I don't really have anything to contribute at all. I just want to tell the viewers that at the moment we have 2.2 viewers, and I want everybody to hit the like button. Let's get to 1,000. Let's get over 1,000.
Okay.
That's my contribution.
That's grand.
Thank
Baba.
you.
Thank you very much. So I'm surprised that people are holding their own offerings tonight. We have at a point we had over 2,300, and it's true. You can take a moment and just like the video before you continue. I have a caller. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, sir. Oh, that's all right. So sometimes people dial and probably they don't believe or expect to be connected. I don't know. So I've got another person on the line. Hello there.
Hello, Maiyegun General.
Hello, sir. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
My name is Olawale from London.
Good to have you tonight, sir. Olawale, sir.
Yeah.
How are you, sir?
Fine, sir.
This is okay. I'll just let you do your thing. But it's so good to hear your voice, sincerely, honestly. How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine, thank you.
That's great.
And
so, go on.
How's your family, sir?
We are fine, sir. We are here. You know.
Yeah.
Thank God.
London.
Benny.
Tẹ́ bá gbàgbé mi ni mo wọ aṣọ kejì.
Ẹni tí mò ń ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn kì í gan lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ kan sí bọ̀ tí bá ti yẹ bẹ́ẹ̀ fẹ́ ẹ parí kílódé introduction yẹn dẹ̀ ó yá go on.
No, go ní ìdíje ń parí ẹ̀ mo kàn sọ pé mi mo wọ aṣọ kejì.
I know you very well, sir. Nice one.
Yeah. So
you wanted to remind me something. There's some kọ́kọ́ fún mi ní London.
Ẹni?
Mo ní ẹ fẹ́ rán wa létí nǹkan kan tẹ́lẹ̀ sọ fún mi ní London. Mo fẹ́ kẹ́ parí statement yẹn ni.
Yeah, mo ní tẹ́ ẹ bá gbàgbé ẹ rántí pé mo sọ fún yín níjọ́ yẹn wípé ẹ mọ rírì nǹkan tẹ́ ń ṣe yìí bó ṣe jẹ́ nínú life àwa Yorùbá.
Ẹ sọ bẹ́ẹ̀.
Even àti life àwọn Biafra pàápàá gbogbo wa in general. You don't know the importance of what you have done to us. You have really lose the bondage that contraction called Nigeria have put everybody into all this while. And we thank God for somebody like you.
Thank you.
You see, all what you say tonight concerning all this Chief Numbu and co and his gangs. Oma iná tó bá dádì ẹyẹ ikún ẹyẹ míì náà máa fi sùn wọ́n máa fi iná tán dá wọ́n máa fi sunra wọn ni. That is what is going to happen. But by the time they come back and start looking for somebody that will now give them any sympathy, they will not find any.
They won't.
They won't find any. So therefore, Mr. Maiyegun General,
Baba.
you are doing a marvelous job, and God will protect you,
Amen.
guide you and your family,
Amen.
and every evil that anybody weapon that everybody fashion against you will never prosper.
Amen.
In Jesus' name.
Amen. Thank you, sir. It's good to hear from you again. Stay safe, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
So that's a good one there from Alagbadewale from London. Very, very classy man when I met with him. Amazing. Hello there. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, ma.
Hello, sir. Maiyegun General.
Yes, ma. How are you?
I'm a first-time caller, but I watch your program every day.
We have a first-time caller. Go on, ma.
I watch your program every day.
Thank you.
And I advise my friends to watch as well.
Thank you.
You are doing a marvelous job.
Thanks, ma.
And you are a man that can move to share. Man, so far, I'm already paid. It's the temple of truth. And that when the Lord had a question, I'm what the Bicando. That's what I just.
Amima. So go if we share mind.
Ọlọ́run jẹ́ kó pẹ́ kó tó yé wọn.
Àmín o.
Wọ́n kàn ṣe sáré láti wọ́n dára wọn láàmú ni wọ́n ṣe ń padà bọ̀.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Wọ́n ṣe ń padà bọ̀. Ọlọ́run á dẹ̀ Ọlọ́run á máa dá sí. Ọlọ́run á túbọ̀ máa wà pẹ̀lú yín.
Àmín máa tẹ̀yìn náà.
Ọlọ́run á wà pẹ̀lú yín.
Àmín.
Tẹ̀bá wa kí Àgbékẹ́ Adé.
Agbo ma, ẹ ṣeun gan ma. Thank you so much.
Ẹ ṣé gan ni.
Yes ma. So kọ́ yín fún mi ọ̀kẹ́ tó lọ ma. Mo rò pé máa sọ.
I've called several times.
Ṣé máa sọ̀rọ̀ kọ́ yín fún wa?
I've called several times. Ọlọ́run á dẹ̀ bá wa ṣe o lágbára Jésù.
Àmín ma.
Ọlọ́run á mú wa débi tá à ń lọ lágbára Ọlọ́run.
Àmín.
Ẹ kú iṣẹ́ takuntakun Ọlọ́run á dúró tẹ̀yìn náà o. Ọlọ́run á máa fún yín ṣe.
Àmín àtẹ̀yìn náà.
Ọlọ́run á wà pẹ̀lú yín. Ẹ ṣé gan ni ẹ ṣé.
Yes ma.
Ẹ ṣé. All right.
So that's another one from our lady. A brilliant one, by the way. So yeah, let's take another call. Hello there.
Maiyegun General.
Yes, sir. How are you?
Maiyegun jẹ́ kó mọ̀.
Oh yeah, jẹ́ kó mọ̀. Maiyegun jẹ́ kó mọ̀. Jẹ́ kó mọ̀.
Ẹ kálẹ́ sà, láti Netherlands sà. First time caller ni mi ò bí ọ̀pọ̀ eré bọ̀ every day wọ́n wò ìdálálẹ́ mi ò bí ṣe.
Bàjẹ́ my brother, I'm our disciple Temple of Truth now. Cooking hard. So what's your name, Baba?
Ọláṣẹ́ ni sà láti Ondo town, ọmọ Ondo.
Grand.
Ọmọ Ondo Ẹ̀gí.
Ondo Ẹ̀gí. Babo.
Àmọ́ kò fẹ́ gbàdúrà fún yín ní ẹ̀gbọ́n. Ọlọ́run máa fún yín o, ẹ̀ tíra ẹ̀gọ́. Ọlọ́run máa wà pẹ̀lú yín.
Thank you. Àmín.
Mi ò lè wé láti rí yín o. Maiyegun. Ìjáyà fẹ́ dùn.
Oh yeah. Wàá ṣeré brother, kò ní bàjẹ́. Stay safe, eh? Nice one. I have that's Olanshile, and I have another person on the line as well. Hello there.
Hello, Maiyegun Baba.
Yes, sir. Hello.
Olówó ṣọ̀gá ló ń sọ̀rọ̀ láti Clubhouse.
Ó yá kábíyèsí o, àwọn alágbára lè Olówó Chief. They call him Chief on Clubhouse. So it's good to have you, please.
Thank you, Baba. Mi ò tiẹ̀ lọ́rọ̀ tó pọ̀ tí mo fẹ́ sọ lálẹ́ yìí. I just want to appreciate you, Baba. I really have to appreciate you. We enjoy the show so much. In fact, ṣé ẹ bẹ́ ṣe ń pe àwọn orúkọ yẹn bẹ́ ṣe ń pe people were
some people say that when I do that, they don't get to know who I'm talking about, and I said, "Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe you are just a new member. If you are not new here, when I mention those names, you know who I'm talking about. Come on, just ask."
Of course. So I told them they should watch Maiyegun more. They will understand that every politician have a name. Yes. Give them names, so you should. Try and subscribe to Maiyegun on YouTube so that you will know what we're talking about.
You'll be up to date.
I just want to appreciate you, Baba. Thank you so much, and thank you. Thanks for your help. God bless.
I appreciate your support as well. You are a wonderful person, and I thank you too for all the efforts, Baba. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
There's a lower sugar there. Another giant on Clubhouse. People who want conversation on our platforms. Just rally around ourselves and have a chat around this without having to tear ourselves apart. So, Olo Sugar, give that to you, Baba. Hello.
Yeah, good evening, sir. How are you doing today, sir?
I am very well. Thank you for asking. Yourself, sir?
Yeah, my name is Biola. I'm calling from Lagos, Nigeria.
Did you say Biola?
Yeah, I'm calling from Lagos, Nigeria.
Fantastic, Biola. Please, it's good to have you.
Yeah,
You're live.
Baba. Yeah, Baba, I really want to thank you for everything you have been doing for us. In contention, I only need most things because our people that are really such a be around Baba, they're not trying to help issues. They are just set of people. I'm the age of 32 now. People to help rule for several years. One set of people. Nǹkan tí mo tún wá rí bẹ́ẹ̀ nísìnyí ni pé àwọn people yìí wọ́n tún wá ń try láti wá máa recruit àwọn set àwọn ọmọ wọn bí àwọn ọmọ tó yẹ pé they're just trying to brought up. So wọ́n fi same instinct tó wà nínú brain wọn tó wọ́n fi sí wọn. They don't want to develop. Yeah. One of my lecturers was telling me this on Friday at school. He was telling me that pé ṣé mo mọ̀ nǹkan tí Tinubu fẹ́ ṣe fún àwọn pé by now ó yẹ kí shirt ó ti bọ́ lọ́wọ́ òun pé ní year kan tí Tinubu wà ní governor pé he was just trying before kó tó call office pé he was just trying to do set up some panel nínú school tó yẹ pé ọkọ̀ máa set clinic kan maybe at Biola kò ní jẹ́ orúkọ títí ẹ̀ àti Tinubu akọ̀jẹ́ maybe Biola Nigeria Limited. So anybody tó bá fẹ́ apply as a lecturer or tún máa ń pè àwọn kan ní non-teaching staff ní school wa. Wọ́n kọ́ apply pé wọ́n kàn sanwó fún wọn bẹ̀ tó yẹ pé wọ́n lecture pé àwọn míì tó yẹ pé wọ́n kàn ní abiro masters tí wọ́n ti ní PhD àwọn kan bẹ́ẹ̀ tó yẹ pé wọ́n kàn máa fi wọ́n síbẹ̀. So wá ní pé máa yẹn wá ṣá láti lé gbogbo àwọn staff tó wà ní under school yẹn kúrò bẹ́ẹ̀ kí má dárúkọ school yẹn because if I should name the school now everybody àwọn lecturers mi wà pẹ̀lú they will know the specific. So tó bá ti wá lé wọn tán wọ́n máa apply through company tó ń set up yẹn. So company yẹn ló máa sọ fún gbogbo lecturers at school yẹn débi agbálẹ̀ anybody. So we got àtàjọ àtàwọn people yẹn kò ṣàrí ibi iṣẹ́ yẹn bó ṣe continue ó ṣe irú ẹ̀ sí school kan which is LASU. Irú program yẹn bẹ́ẹ̀ wà bẹ́ẹ̀ pé if you want to register tó bá fẹ́ wọlé as a lecturer o lè wọlé direct. O máa apply to kini ọkọ̀ dàbí ó set up panel bí intermediary.
Middleman ni so that àwọn ọlọ́mà screen yín then same with your salary.
We are going the price going home. Ododowa is going home. Oh, nah, boy, yeah. We dey do we are going home.
So share the broadcast. Invite your friends. Invite your not so friendly friends. Let us talk about the thieves that are now publicly celebrating their thievery, their criminality, and in fact, their audacity that they want to lead you tonight.
Ani Maiyegun làwa mọ̀ dódódódó. Maiyegun Diary na ibi number one. Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Maiyegun ti dé. Ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràkì.
You know why I'm dancing? When you realize that what people call prophecy is about to come to pass. For those who thought it was pure hate or dislike for these criminals rather than the expose, facts, they are about to eat their breakfast. I should get you in the mood.
Presido Barufi o.
Maiyegun ma wí.
Àní ẹ̀sùn rà.
Maiyegun ti dé.
Gómìnà kówó jẹ.
Maiyegun ma wí.
Àní ẹ̀sùn rà. ọlọ́pàá tí ń darí sá ayé ẹ̀sùn náà.
Thank you. So good evening to you once again, and then a good afternoon to you, or good morning to you, or top of the moment to all of you from the time or from wherever you're watching from. This is Maiyegun live, and tonight is going to be a two-segment, broadcast or presentation. The first part is to talk about these criminals that are no longer scared. Usually, right, Nigeria system protects criminals. They call them VIPs. And most of these criminals, they pretend, to some extent, to hide their crime, including financial crime, money laundering. But since the APC, Egbekegbe, came to power in Nigeria, they have now lowered the bar. So gone were the days when people will tell you that Bokwari has integrity. For those of you who wanted to find out what type of integrity that Bokwari has, today you have known better. When they told you 7 years ago that Bokwari was coming to come and fight thieves, remember? They said the moment Bokwari and APC, Egbekegbe, the moment they come to power, all of the thieves in Nigeria will run away. That was what they told you. Unfortunately, the thieves did not run away. They graduated, gained their master's degree from the academy of the APC, Egbekegbe, and they have names. Oh, we know them. We will mention them. When PDP, the people destroying people, when they were in charge, when they were looting and stealing and looting and stealing, and APC, Egbekegbe, led by other thieves, Tifnumbu and co, said they were coming to rescue you. What they didn't tell you then was that they were coming to legalize corruption. And if you are still among those deceiving themselves, maybe this broadcast may help you a little bit. Because I don't think 80% of the brethren in the temple of truth are ever deceived by these rogues. It is just that the day of reckoning is so near. And to us here, it is just the manifestation of the prophecy, as my brethren would like to put it. 35 people will pay 100 million naira each so that they can succeed Bokwari. They are those who have managed to be part of the fleecing team that wrecked Nigeria in the last 7 years. 35 of them, 3.5 billion are being coughed out by people who have no real intention of being presidents, but a political party publicly, proudly collecting 100 million naira from multitude of people just for one single seat, that 34 people are still going to be asked to step down for their consensus anointed candidate. We'll get to that part. But on our own part, we are doing our best, especially on MaiyegunsDiary Politico, right? We are doing our best to lay the facts bare before the people and let you, be the judge and decider of what you agree is right. Usually we would have allowed you, after exposing them, telling you the rot and telling us that we cannot continue like this. We would have left you to go and decide what should we do. On that, we have saved you distress. Break up Nigeria and save lives. That is your alternative, the one you are battling with strongly, because it is so hard to take in. Break Nigeria. Why can't we come together? Why can't we work together and deal with these thieves? Why can't we just, vote another set of people that will just change everything? You are living an illusion, a deluded mind. Trust me, no insult is meant. The system that protects these thieves, that legalized crime, and they choose those they can gaslight and then prosecute for whatever they call a crime, as much as they will be getting away with what they are doing. It is the system, it's not you. Participating in their election is no different from validating the same thing, then turn around to go and pray that maybe God will do something and change it or change their mind, doing the same thing again and again, according to those, to the wise. They said that doing same thing again and again and expecting a different result is no other thing than a symptom of insanity. So we give you the facts. You examine them. You see why it is a futile effort to try to say you want to devise any kind of solution to what Nigeria is without actually uprooting the root cause, which is the forceful amalgamation of nations that are independent on their own before they are forcefully forced together. So gone are the days when they would tell you that they were fighting corruption, because as you are watching right now, corruption has won, and it is the APC that came to legalize it. What did they do? First, the rogues who are currently nesting or hibernating inside the APC, Egbekegbe, feel so untouchable, especially with their loot. Just, I think it was today, I was reading and I was actually watching a clip, and this was Ibekunle Amosun coming out. He wants to be president, and this time around it's official. Then I was watching another clip and I saw Pastor Ruga, and they said he was meeting with delegates, right? And he was giving them $300 each. I mean, these were supposed to be progressives that should frown against money politics, Abi, but that is no longer the issue. But let's start it from here. When first, because the long run is this, yeah? Or in fact, let's start from here, where Amosun told his members in Old Rock that he wants to be the president, in the National Assembly, that he wants to be the president of Nigeria. But maybe some of you don't know that when I said APC, Egbekegbe, came to legalize crime and criminals have taken over, corruption is now ruling you. And if you continue to listen to the dictates of these rogues, yeah, eventually, you are not different from the people who say are insane, doing something again and again and expecting a different result. In fact, there's something I want to add before I introduce you to that clip. I was saying something earlier about options. When people say okay, now Maiyegun, if you say this one is not good, that one is not right, this one is this and that. Okay, what should we do? I said, we choose one thing. And that one thing is that if people know facts from fiction, if they know truth from falsehood, and they continue to get used to that fact all the time, yeah, then you have them on your side. And then having them on your side at the same time is, requires what is called a huge responsibility, so that you don't become what you condemn. You don't become what they are running away from. On Maiyegun's Diary Politico, we did test something that we are working on right now. After you have known this truth, after you have decided not to be part of this charade, what should you be part of? And that is, you should, if you are a Yoruba man, you should be championing for Yoruba first, Yoruba nation, Yoruba nation, Yoruba nation. Referendum to crush that 1999 constitution. If you intensify campaign on that, yeah, eventually you can turn the table around. Somebody like me believe that. Then another thing is this. If you have the people on your side, like I said, and you have to be careful how you handle that at the same time, yeah? Most of your plans, except the ones that you know are indeed good enough for public consumption. Do you understand that? It simply means the moment you begin to get the attention of the people and they begin to show interest in what you are expecting them to be interested in, yeah, all eyes will be on you. Then you don't jump on social media. Listen to this. So I'm trying to say this to some of us who are passionate about the Yoruba referendum, Yoruba sovereign nation, Yoruba autonomous region, and all of that. Whatever your own is, I want to tell you this. Yoruba man son kokon. Wọ́n ní pé àjẹ́ tó bá máa pa ọmọ, wọn kì í rẹ́jẹ̀ lẹ́nu ẹ̀ o. Kò dìgbà tí a bá ń bọ́ sórí Facebook, orí YouTube, tá bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní lé ẹnu, bá ṣe máa kó bọ́njọ, bá ṣe máa ṣe gbá, bá ṣe máa jáwọn kan ṣe máa sọnù, bá ṣe máa, ó ti yẹ yín sìn. Àjẹ́ tó bá máa pa ọmọ, wọn kì í rí ẹ̀jẹ̀ lẹ́nu ẹ̀. So if you really know what you are doing and you are indeed tactical about it, there is no point jumping on social media, making inflammatory statements that ordinarily will set you up in case if you don't know. There are those who understand the fact that if people believe you and they believe in your cause and they own the cause as theirs, then that is a problem. And for those who are the gatekeepers in Nigeria, they never miss the moment they realize that the pendulum is swinging away from them. I mean, the ship is moving away from them. So that is the moment you have to be careful. I've had people told me on MaiyegunsDiary Politico a few times, what are your people doing to protect themselves? There are enemies, this and that. Listen, somehow, I happen to have a crash course in psychology. Something that has to do with a partial mental health study. There is no fear, right? You agree? And then there is also more fear being created by those who are benefiting from the fear. Now, if you want people on your side, genuinely, it is always good to let them know about the danger. It is always very good at the same time to let them know what they can do in that smaller capacity. That's how far you can go if you really mean business. Let me tell you something. There are things I won't tell you on MaiyegunsDiary Politico. Not because you won't know about them sometimes or sometimes later, but they are always better kept the way they are. in order to keep the safety of those who are putting all of these things together, including safety, protection, information, and all of that around Nigeria. So I am not somebody who will come here, right, and tell you, or do you think I don't know that if some of you have your way, you would prefer that we keep saying it and then bragging it on this platform, what we can do, what we will do, this and that. I don't want us to be like that. It's so important that we don't be like that, simply because sometimes it is better for you to be underrated until it is too late. And if you will remember very well, if not because of the Boko Haram gang, there is no ethnic nationality or tribe in Nigeria that is superior to any other by any means. Do you know that? There is no tribe or ethnic nationality in any part of Nigeria today that ever had the audacity to cross border down south or anywhere and cause this level of damages, killings, and kidnappings that we are witnessing in southern Nigeria today until Boko Haram came. That did not put the Fulani Futajal on a terrorist. It didn't put them as superior. And that is why I, as the general, the Baba Gio of the Temple of Truth, I know who we are. I know what we are capable of. I know we can defend ourselves. It is not the Fulani terrorists that is ravaging us. It is not the Fulani terrorists that are committing these crimes and getting away with them, right? And it is not because we are powerless or we can't defend ourselves. The reason why it is this loud is because the Boko Haram's government, they are using the instrument of the Nigerian state. Imagine. So if you rise up to say you want to push back a Fulani terrorists from your farms, from your forest, and then you meet the battalion of Nigerian soldiers shooting at you and killing you. So would you say Fulani are more powerful than you? Were there no Fulanis in the corridors of power in Nigeria before Boko Haram came? This one is a jihadist. This one is a terrorist. When we get to the end of their APC, all of the terrorists they brought down to southern Nigeria will disappear. People will defend themselves without noise. And that is why on MaiyegunsDiary Politico, I would rather make my audience, as we have agreed to do, to follow the humanitarian penetration style and keep everything else out of public conversation. Okay? Yorubas will defend ourselves and we will continue to defend our land. Okay? We have something called the cluster security system in Yoruba land. The popular vigilante system that you have across Nigeria today is more grounded in Yoruba land than you can imagine. But if you remove the Fulani federal government of the Fulani government of Nigeria that you have right now, and the influence that they have had now on their military and the rest, once you take that out of there, you will know that Biafrans will defend themselves. Ordinarily, Yorubas will defend themselves. The people around the Middle Belt will defend themselves. Edo people that are suffering in silence will defend themselves. And they will require nobody's help in doing so. So let's keep that out of our public conversation while we continue to give our support to those who have been rendering their own useful support for our people in the community. So yeah, the criminals who created these problems, for one of them, Ibikunle Amosun, who became the governor of Ogun State in 2011. And in 2011, he amassed enough wealth that he became the son to Boko Haram, political son to Boko Haram on the side. Now, political son to Boko Haram on the side, he also became somebody you can say what do you call it? The vagabond in the house that has now grown enough wing. And that's like I've told you before, this journey that they are all embarking upon is going to be a self-destructive journey. and you hold them no sympathy. Ibekunle Amosun, the former governor of Ogun State, the current senator representing Ogun Central Senatorial District in Ogun State, is the same guy that in 2019, when he was rounding up after the war, the battle of the APC, Egbekegbe in Ogun State, right? He had to hand over 1,000 AK-47 guns, machine guns, and more than 2 million life, what do they call that in bullets? Round of life or round life of ammunition, wherever it is. Bullet, you see that bullet? 2 million bullets, over 1,000 AK-47. And meanwhile, he was already under probe for gun running across the border in Ogun State. Some of the illegal guns you will find in the hand of political Oceans in southwest Nigeria, Ibekunle Amosun, the man that wants to give you security right now, is one of the henchmen, the godfathers of gun running in Nigeria. I know about that one, and there are evidence out there. So he wrote a letter. Despite the fact that they may want to blame you for Tifnumbu's failure, don't blame yourself. Nobody should blame you. In fact, you are not responsible for anything, okay? So these guys are those who are going to work completely to neutralize Tifnumbu and eventually do what they are told to do, okay? So it all started in April when he told his colleagues in the National Assembly.
Letter from distinguished Senator Ibekunle Amosun, CON, FCA. Our dear Senate President, notification and invitation to the formal declaration to contest for the office of President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria under the All Progressives Congress, APC. I have the greatest respect that I write to notify you and my distinguished colleagues of my intention to contest for the office of President of our dear country, the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and to respectfully invite you and my distinguished colleagues to the formal declaration ceremony. I have been blessed by God to serve as Senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria between 2003 and 2007, and as a two-term governor of Ogun State between 2011 and 2019. I've also had the privilege to be elected a second time to the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria in 2019, where I currently serve the good people of Ogun Central Senatorial District. My varied experience in private and public life has imbued me with the requisite insights, experiences, and network of relationships adequate to provide a leadership that will galvanize our dear country to achieve her manifest destiny as leader in Africa and of the black race. I'll be honored with your esteemed presence and that of my distinguished colleagues at the declaration event, which is scheduled as follows. Date, Thursday, 5th May 2022. Time, 11 a.m. Venue, Sheikh Musa Yar'Adua Center, CBD, Abuja, FCT. I seek the prayers of all of you for a successful declaration ceremony, victory at the party primaries, and the 2023 presidential election by the grace of God. Please accept the assurance of my highest regard. Yours sincerely, Senator Ibekunle Amosun, CON, FCA, Ogun Central Senatorial District, Chairman, Senate Committee on Capital Markets. Congratulations, my brother. Petition.
Yeah, that's the Zobo. FCA, PTA, DDD, FRF, you know those titles, they love that. And without delay, his jingle was out. I mean, it's out too. Let me share that with you.
The man of the people make we feel 2023 now the year make we support for presidency to make our future better, make we embrace Nigeria will be good, make we believe.
And we'll be green, our future will be great. Ibekunle Amosun for presidency. He's fit for the job, Mr. Capella. Very courageous, bold and the job, Mr. Capello. Very courageous, bold and fast, integrity, personified, tested and trusted.
Yes, the young people are already gathering and all of that. Lórí irọ́ ni o. But that's the man that ruled Ogun State for 8 solid years. That it took over from Gbenga Gbewiri Daniel. And when Gbenga Gbewiri Daniel Ogidiomole was leaving, Ogun State was in debt of 57 billion naira. That was when Irokunle Omamoshi came in, 2011. When he left, Ogun State was indebted to the tune of over 600 billion naira. He was also the man who introduced Kemi Adeosun to your financial ministry in Nigeria. And you know the story. That was the beginning of the BC that Nigeria has now entered, which you can never come out from. The debt that ruined your jobs, ruined your economy, destroyed your naira. The architect of all of that is one of these Irokunle Omamoshi. He got away with all of that, so why won't he come out? He doesn't want to be president. It's not going to be any president. Don't stress yourself. The bottom line is that there is a new scheming going on. For example, I don't know if many of you know this guy. He's one of the Tifnumbu boys. His name is Solomon Yayi. What's that full name again? Solomon Adewale or something Yayi. Yayi Sha. The Lagos West senator. He is the current senator representing Lagos West. So now he wants to be the governor of Ogun State. Normally he's been trying. He wanted to be the governor in 2015 when Tifnumbu couldn't penetrate because of Amosun. So they pushed him back. Now, in 2023, as part of the scheming, this is part of what brought Ibukunle Amosun to the old scheme. They will self-destruct. So this one wants to come now from Lagos West to come and represent Ogun West. Ogun West is the Yewa region of Ogun State. The place where this, I'll show you some people now, okay? The place that have been under attacks of the Fulani terrorists for the past 7 years. Ogun indigenes, Yorubas from Yewa part are now refugees in Pobe. But somehow, this guy has spent a lot to become he's claimed that he's from Yewa, is this or that, even though he's originally from Ekiti. For those who know his story, right? Now, this Yayi got a nomination form from APC, from Yewa people. According to him, they bought him a form to come and be their senator. So that if the current 419, that is the governor of Ogun State, I'm talking about Dubious Dapo, the one that was arrested for credit card fraud in America way back in 1983-84. And he's actually confessed to that anyway. So criminals are in charge. Corruption is dead. So this guy was crying in appreciation. that people actually had to buy him a ticket to come and be their senator in 2023 in Ogun State. However, some people now said, well, they know the bobo them. Just same way, Amosun saying he wants to be president. It is also part of a plot. And that's why I said, when they try to blame you, when Tifnumbu finally fail, which is going to happen in the next 25 days. So when the old swagger enter kosher, I want you to always kind of walk free enough with your shoulder and head high. It is none of your business. This is why. So they are putting people together in order to raise enough money. This is what they are doing, enough money for who they will finally call the candidate. Because according to them, it don't choke already. They don't try to say, may they use consensus in APC, in order to scheme out Tifnumbu, Shugmo, but Tifnumbu has enough financial war chest, so much money, that they feel like it's probably entered so deep that they also need to get more people on to help decimate him. All of these are for him. So what will happen is this. The Amosun, this one, Bakaru, all of these guys, yeah, they are going to then say they are withdrawing for the party leaders nominated candidates, which according to them right now is now hovering between this rubber stamp Senate president and then one other hidden figure as we speak. So the Bakari, ask yourself, where did they get 100 million naira? Hey? So Bakari is a member of APC, Egbekegbe, all along. Yeah? And who are the delegates? Where is Bakari's constituency? You know me, I'm from Ogun State. Yeah? Bakari is from Ogun State. Amosu is from Ogun State. Bankole, Dimeji Bankole is also coming out soon. Dimeji Bankole is from Ogun State. Fake Pastor Ruga is now claiming to be from Ogun State. So in this APC, Egbekegbe, those they are putting together to help you cut down your Jaga bandits and others. They are from Ogun State. So where Bakari take get 100 million? I mean, because inside this form that they are all buying, in this whole form they are all buying, there is a portion there, page 18. This page 18 is the page that after they pay 100 million and everybody, they are expecting 35 to 40 people. Are you with me? So if they get that is 4 billion. 4 billion. So now 4 billion party they will have 4 billion to back whoever they want to back, and they will use that money to buy delegates. Abi? But in that form, there is something called withdrawal. After you have paid, before the day of convention or congress, you will just see all of these ones, they will just withdraw. Bakari and Co. They will just withdraw. And they will say they are stepping down for so person. Now there, all of una, Lagos Abobakus, Oshogbo Alimajiris, the humbled slaves, obedient fools, sophisticated morons. Now that time you gonna say, money don't come, now your money with this. So, because once they say 34 candidates, 34 aspirants, they step down for one person. And Tifnumbu say, 2 people don't step down for me too now. They say, but 32 people don't step down for this person now. And they have already handed over their delegate to him. What you go come do now? Abi prophecy to yato ni Pastor Bakari. Fake Pastor Bakaron. Tell me waiting I don't know.
Take it to the mountaintop. You have never heard it before. I'm saying it to you this morning. In the scheme of things, as far as politics of Nigeria is concerned, President Muhammadu Buhari is number 15, and yours sincerely am number 16. I've never said that to you before. I never said that to you before. I make it plain this morning. I let you know it this morning. Nothing can change it. In the name of Jesus, he is number 15. I am number 60. To this end was I born, and for this purpose came I into the world. I prepared you for this for more than 30 years. That's why if he wants to run in 2019, I do not oppose. He's still number 15. It's when he steps out that I step in. His assignment is that of Moses to take Nigeria to River Jordan, but he can't cross it. He will take a Joshua to go to the other side and begin to distribute resources to the people of this nation.
Oh yeah, Joshua, Washiri. Bukwari will take it to River Jordan. Bukwari will don't take Nigeria, enter River Ocean, ocean, maybe na ocean jihadi, not even River Jordan, ocean jihadi. That's where Bukwari don't dip Nigeria. Oh yeah, Joshua, Gbera, number 16. We're in Abeokuta, and everywhere. Now like this, we see them.
We will work with you to build a Nigeria that is not corrupt. I bring you a message of hope.
We are going to spend a lot of resources on education.
That's how we see them. And that is our message to say, that's why we don't believe in anything they say. We don't even want to say, let's give them a benefit of doubt. You are playing yourself if you do that. I will need 3.4 billion. That's how much, 3.6 billion. That's how much APC Egbekegbe want to raise. You know what they want to do? So that if Tifnumbu say, in the mad. You know, Tifnumbu said, whatever money cannot do, more money will do it. And from what we have been told, they say Tifnumbu is ready to give each delegate $50,000 for a start. And if they say that's one too small, they are ready to increase it to $100,000 per delegate. It is going to be a money rain. But according to these guys, they also want to make sure that they help him to wreck him. So why should you, as a Yoruba man, be blackmailed emotionally to say it is not good though? Hey, they have started again. Oh, they have started. They have started this divide and rule among Yoruba. Oh, why is it that Yoruba's mouth, their mouth, they come together? How come Yorubas, they come together to be united? Which kind of division be this? This one I share issue. If anybody try that with you, for the sake of peace, just more you go move on. Because if you have to react the way you are going to react, you are likely going to scare them away completely. Issue. They are trying to divide Yoruba people instead of them to come together to come and become president. You and who coming together? Why is it that to come together and be president is more important than to come together and put Yoruba first? And end hunger in Yoruba land. End the darkness in Yoruba land. Improve education, improve healthcare. When did they ever tell you that, oh, we came together to come and build education in Yoruba land, all this way? But when it comes to political office, all this way will be telling you that they, instead of Yoruba to support themselves, this Maiyegun, you are you not a Yoruba man? All the Igbos are supporting themselves. Support themselves to become president with criminals that you know. There is no issue. There is nothing. The only thing that kept you in bondage with them for this long is because you have no real information to help you to understand these people. The people who never call a meeting, emergency meeting, to end the darkness in Yoruba land. The people that never called an emergency meeting to end the Agbero crime in Yoruba land. The people that never came together to put their resources together to build their first-class infrastructure for you in Yoruba land. Now that they are tearing themselves apart on who is going to be who, somebody want to blackmail you and say, are you not a Yoruba man? As a Yoruba man, she ko support ye even Tinubu ba ti da, tikini ko ba da, she tala tu fe foju jo, ti o ba si Tinubu, tala abi were wa lori yin ni aunty. Question ni o mi o ti sọ pé were wa lori yin because suppose we were wa lori yin o. When people talk to you like that, that's the first thing that will come to mind. It is called blackmailing. Are you with me? Blackmailing. The people who never cared for you, the people that told you that their own selfish ambition is more important than the safety, progress, and prosperity of the people in Yoruba land. All of you young people who are going to design posters for them, who are going to organize rallies for them, mobilize this, mobilize that for them. What is your excuse? Because they are Yoruba? Are you so daft to realize that you have no role to play in this thing other than they will use you just to validate every nonsense they are doing, and you will pay the price afterward? Are you that dumb not to think that way? Are you just so blinded by what they are giving to you now, what they promised to give to you? Ask those who have been collecting from them since 1999. Abi, you think you are the only one who is going to get the first political appointment from these rogues? Because you think you are pretending to be pushing Yoruba, you are pretending to be pushing Igbo agenda, Yoruba agenda, Nigeria agenda, unity beggar. You are deceiving yourself. Do you think you are the first person they are going to first make a rep? They've had their reps since 1999. People have had senators since 1999. People have been having governors since 1999. Assembly, councillor, chairman, everything since 1999. So what the hell did they promise you that make you think that you are so smart to think your excuse is that at least is a Yoruba man, at least is an Igbo man? Then you are ignoring the obvious pitfalls that you've always been falling into. You ignore that. Then you ignore the characters who are presenting themselves. And you are also ignoring the scheme that always reoccur and reoccur again and again, only for you to burn yourself, despite the fact that some of you think every 4 years you're always kind of smart. You are not smart. People have been given political appointments since 1999. Where are they today? People have been saying they won election, representing their people. I'm speaking for my people. Where are they today? What the hell is Nigeria promising you that some people have not gotten before? Where did that take any one of them? Some of you got those opportunities only to get a leverage to run away from Nigeria. Take your family away from Nigeria. That's most, and every other thing is just pretty much like a turn Nigeria to the scavenging ground. But ask yourselves, what about those who had that yesterday?
Some of them, they do taxi driver for America now. They work 9 to 5 in America, in Canada, everywhere else. They were once parading themselves as political appointees. It never ended anywhere. It didn't end well. So what the hell is it that they are promising you that make you think you can blackmail people and say, for the sake of our land? Which land? One Nigeria? So the point is this, right? It is not your fault when they play themselves out. You should only blame yourself if you think maybe something is going to happen. Maybe Maiyegun is wrong. I have never been wrong. You know why? Because I've always been somebody who always wait it out. I let time take care of things. And that is why you will see people, they will say, oh, Maiyegun, you said this so time. Oh, you said this so time. It is, it is because paying attention to detail, right? It's not that you are going to be completely, you're going to be completely free of their schemes and their manipulations here and there, but you are always going to be kind of ahead of them, more prepared, and the effect of their deceit and lies will be having less and less and less effect on you, right? And once you get to that stage, your healing is almost complete. If you ask me, it is almost. So these characters who present themselves here and there again and again that you ignore are the people that some of us feel like if you don't, you are likely never going to repeat the same mistake again. So when they play themselves out in no thing, as it's expected, you should be on a safe side as somebody who know or who already knew what will happen. Because this is what will happen from our own source. If they ever, for any reason, push this for another 2 weeks, and the entire people they want to declare to run or to be running to have been like a sort of complete, then you will begin to hear the rumor of the actual candidate of APC, Egbekegbe. And what they did to Tifnumbu, for those of you who don't know that, Tifnumbu gambled. And he gambled, he put all his eggs, political eggs as they say, in one basket. And he gambled with the devil. It's going to go down so hard, right? Now, the plot is that in the next 2 weeks, you are going to begin to have an idea who their candidate is and why. And then you begin to have the clue of those who are going to start speaking up for that candidate of theirs. So in the long run, you will see 32 of them stepping down for their real candidates. Now, if you now push it to their convention or congress, that is where your Tifnumbu is expected to now say, so there's no point, let's just go forward, the final call. So you see those who have always been like on your mandate, fight for your mandate, stay there, do this, do that. Everybody will have to queue behind the command of the cabal, the Boko Haram's cabal. I know it is something so big to take in. And Tifnumbu is not going down without a fight. That is why they called their emergency meeting in Lagos tomorrow. All for what? That's where I'm still coming to. All for what? To be president of a tattered country, a tattered nation, indebted, impoverished, terrorized nation. All for what? So, that is when, you realize that he's been boxed to the corner. He can't jump to another party. And that is why they feel like if they can have their emergency meeting tomorrow, maybe
they can compel the likes of Amosun, Fayemi, Bakare, and fake Pastor Ruga to please reconsider that the only strength that Boko Haram, that Tifnumbu has, is the Southwest. If they have decimated Southwest like this, then it is finished. So how can they, how would the Tifnumbu then say it's going to rely on the promises of the Janjaweed northern political rogues? So the whole thing is now complicated. That's why I said Tifnumbu has two options. One, after meeting Bokwari, and then at the meeting they are planning for tomorrow, either to just say they have now come out with one consensus Southwest APC candidate, which Tifnumbu expected these guys to step down for him, so that they can say Tifnumbu is the candidate consensus aspirant from Southwest. Since we all know why these guys are running, none of them is answering to Tifnumbu like I told you, then there is going to be a problem. So if they do their meeting tomorrow, if it ever holds, and they refuse to step down for Tifnumbu, so another thing that will happen is to save Tifnumbu's face, which is under probability. They will say Tifnumbu won't do Baba for them, their godfather, and is now stepping down for the young people to go and fight. That move is called saving face. But the way some people said that the way they see Tifnumbu, it be like fly, greedy fly, where they drink beer with you. Drink beer with you, can't die inside this beer. Get drunk. Some said Tifnumbu is just like a greedy fly, where they follow dead body enter grave. That it will fight it to last, because according to him, these people are just saboteurs who are trying to stop his lifetime dream. And whatever it takes, he will give it. They have 7,500 or so delegates. 1,500 is expected from Southwest Nigeria. You already have about 7 presidential aspirants from Southwest Nigeria, including Tifnumbu. Now, if they manage to give Tifnumbu 500 of the delegates, now the 500 you go battle with 6,000 other delegates from other places, Abi. Emma Tonrayi. They say whatever money cannot do, more money will do it. You are about to find out that if it was about money, Abiola will be the president or former president of Nigeria today. You are about to figure out what actually killed Abiola, which was because he ignored all the warning. Yoruba first, Yoruba first. He thought he could ride in the back of, on the back of the tigers of the north, ignore the complete inequality of the system, which marginalized the Yorubas enough as part of those who are suffering from the consequences of one Nigeria, the unitary system of government. He thought he could be their friend. Since he's a Yoruba man, he will naturally be supported. What happened? He ended in the belly of the deadliest tigers, his own friends. Exactly what some said Tifnumbu's case will be. So when people try to blame you, because people blame me, they say, you, Maiyegun, and we don't know why you hate Tifnumbu. Wait to concern me with Tifnumbu. We don't know all of you were supposed to support Tifnumbu. Eh? God will shame you. It is not my own, it is not my doing. If Tifnumbu is going to be your president or not. Do you know that I don't even have voter's card? I can't even vote. Sure you get now, sure you get it. You get it. Eh? But for those of you who have that voter's card and you want to go and vote for your Kolu and vote for your road criminals, eventually I get or should I put it say, like apparently I get affected too. Nigeria happened to me. It happens to those who don't even actually support these rogues. And when that happens, that's why we talk. And since you will do it again and again, yeah, sometimes we realize that it is better to actually save people from committing the suicide of repeating the same mistake again and again. And that's why people like us are talking. Oh, don't be say we hate them. Whatever we say here is not what we make him, or we're not making press idiots. What we are saying here is to save our people from being further blackmailed into supporting what is meant to kill them. Once people understand that the system is not for them, the likes of Tifnumbu and all of his gang of thieves, and then people like them who are holding us down, they will be out of the way, out of relevance, and then maybe people can take back what is rightly theirs. Do you understand? She'll get attention, that I criticize, I talk about Tifnumbu or not, that you are having sleepless nights because I talk about Tifnumbu, or that you are masturbating in public, shamelessly doing so as well, defending your oppressors and your own thieves, right? No matter what you feel like, no matter what I say here, they are not what will make your Tifnumbu president in APC or get rejected in APC. In fact, if you will listen to me, I'm actually helping you to manage your heartbreak so that you won't say, enemy of Tifnumbu have done this or that. And I'm also trying to stop you from using your unity beggar. Unity begging, what do you call it, a mentality to further blackmail people into accepting what is ruining and destroying everyone as what is the way. So that's also why I'm doing what I'm doing. You may call it hate or whatever you want to call it, but it's actually not that. It is called education. You're going to thank me later, even though maybe not now. As they say that life is a teacher, the more you live is the more you learn. Some of you will have to learn again in this old charade. And then every time this whole thing comes back to you, you are going to remember Maiyegun that said, Abiola had a chance. Many of them like that had a chance. Tifnumbu and co, they have a chance to push what is actually pro-people, which is the one Yoruba first. That is what brought them to prominence. That is what brought them to limelight. That is what brought them this wealth, the greed, the corruption that has enriched them. They got all of this because they identified as Yoruba. Now, forcing one Nigeria down the throat of everyone is the reason why people like us will continue to try and save the people who are going to buy their lies, hook, line, and sinker, who are also going to believe that maybe they have changed. People like myself, MaiyegunsDiary, Politico. I am here to tell you that they haven't changed. No matter technique they adopt, these guys are rogues. And as long as they are getting paid, getting rewarded with one Nigeria, they will tell you anything. They will say anything. They will promise anything. They will go everywhere. They will say every goddamn thing to make you believe them. But if you do, right, then you are the Mugu. On my platform, we have done our best to enlighten people enough never to fall victims of their blackmail. So listen, we know where this is going to end. And as much as some of you are not prepared for it, in the camp of the Tifnumbu, I'm talking about the Lagos Abobakus, those of you who always blame other people for your issue, for your problems, but yourselves, you are always jumping up and down, singing and, doing all of that because of what you are going to gain presently. And when this whole thing comes back to backfire, then you begin to blame other people for your own problems. My job is to always remind you that the election, they say, have consequences, right? And like what you did in 2015, what you did in 2019, and you're about to do again in your 2023 charade, yeah? There will be consequences for this. Ogun State people who possibly participated in change, or maybe they did not participate in change, participated or not, they are now, even though the person who ruled their state for 8 years, the same state is still controlled by APC, Egbekegbe, it's been over a year now. One of those rogues there is talking about security. He's talking about becoming president, but he's not talking about these guys. Make her drink tea. This is one of the reminders that elections have consequences. Indeed, you cannot elect rogues, empower criminals, continue to validate a system that continue to protect the criminals, then turn around and say, God, Help us. Oh. These ones are still refugees in Benin Republic. Do you think Amosun will talk about them?
Due to that crisis, Fulani crisis that was occurred at our country, that's the reason why we migrated to this place. We are forcefully migrated to this place due to that. By force. By force. It's not by willingness. Women.
Oh, man or women. How much are us, man or women?
Only you. Only you.
Are dying here.
Both the women and men migrated from that area.
No.
And
How
then
much?
people died.
But I say how many people they killed there?
Okay. They have killed many people. But at our many people. Many people have lost their lives. People are still migrating because of that. At Modudu and other areas. What happened? It's because of the Fulani crisis. Fulani, they are killing the people anyhow.
They are killing the people
anyhow. They will move from any from one village to another. They will migrate from one place to another. They just keep people. That's the reason why the people are scared. They move down to
So, and the man who came from there, who will never mention them, who will never talk about them, I bet all of you who are jumping up and down in Ogun State right now, some of you don't even know this happened. Some of you don't even know the situation of these people right now. You are already jumping up and down to elect another set of rogues. They actually send these ones to refugee camps in Benin Republic. And you think some of you will not end up in Benin Republic yourself, or end up in Togo or Ghana and all these places. And they continue to tell you, Nigeria is not at war, but your citizens are refugees. They are refugees in Chad, refugees in Niger, refugees in Cameroon. Can you believe that? Refugees in Benin Republic. But your politicians are not going to talk about that, are they? Of course not. They won't. So talking about Yoruba First. In our capacity of reaching out to the core Yorubas and the rest all over the world, at home and abroad, some of us on MaiyegunsDiary, Politico, and many other platforms like that have devised their means of developing a bit of opening a bit of a communication between our people home and abroad, especially from the diasporans back to the people in Nigeria as we speak. Yorubas deserve to be heard, but these rogues are never interested in that. They are interested in one Nigeria, which is more injurious to us. So on this platform, we have launched a sort of public awareness across Yoruba land, which is also developing. Okay, we've raised funds. We have raised money on MaiyegunsDiary, Politico. We have spent millions in spreading the peaceful message of why Yorubas should not be part of this charade, validating any election for all these rogues who are going to come back and say, Shebi, we are Yoruba, is Yoruba turn. Let's come together. Even though some of them are also still going to come back to come and use this agitation as their shield. But we have been building a platform where many people all over the world are coming together as Yorubas, right? Promoting different programs. We have started the publicity back in Yoruba land right now. We are going into the stage of humanitarian as well. Humanitarian, approach is also one of our way of warming our messages into the heart of our people in Yoruba land. We already have these highlighted programs that we are going to fund. But there are other people who feel like there is more. We can take every opportunity we have in promoting this Yoruba nation, Yoruba oneness, the uniqueness of the Yoruba people. that Nigeria continue to try to put a veil on, overshadow, and continue to put a second. Today, the conversation is that who is a Nigerian? What makes you one? And then, are you actually a Nigerian or a second-class one in this formation of Nigeria? Or you continue to tell yourself that no Nigerian is greater than one or bigger than one Nigerian or more Nigerian than one another? You are lying to yourself. There are those who knows better. And we are going to use every means to get this across. So tonight, I have with me, before I open my line, I have with me these few guys from Yoruba Nation in the UK, the team who have put together a sort of a program which include sports this time around. It's Conifer. And they are going to be joining me tonight where we're going to talk about this. And possibly we are going to use a little bit of this moment as well to support them. Here is why. I remember, I told somebody who raised this on MaiyegunsDiary Politico just a few days ago, bringing it to our attention that there is a team of Yoruba, footballers who have been training and participating in qualification matches for all countries, nations who are campaigning, advocating to have their own countries. Do you get what I mean now? The nations who are currently yet to be independent, right? And they are working to have their own country. So there are many countries like that all over the world that are trying to break away from one bigger, country to another bigger one that they believe represents them more. So that is where this Conifer comes in. I have my guests behind the scene, and I'm going to bring them up in a moment, one after the other. They are going to tell us what this is all about, especially the reason why all of us as Yorubas, from wherever we are all over the world, we should give our support, no matter how little or how big it is. You see, when people come together and say, I've got this idea of how we can promote the Yoruba or the Yorubaness in us, it's always good when they bring them to public, we practicalize them, we give them the shot. Nothing is so perfect, but do you know what works so well enough is when people come together to say, we want to do this. I have witnessed this and I've seen the changes this can do when people determine and say, no, we want to do this. That's what we want to do now. So I want to hear from them, and I believe you would like to hear from them too. Most of you have questions about this. I've got them now. Here we go. I have a Mr. Olu, who is going to be joining me. I also have here a lady Adedoyin, and I also have with me, these are Omo Yoruba Tatars who are doing their best to bring the Yoruba Nation campaign advocacy closer, not just to the people back at home, but to the rest of the world. Wherever we put Yoruba Nation or Yoruba Sovereign Nation or Yoruba Republic or Duwa Republic on the map, just right there, there are those who are well determined and not just all talk, no action. This is one of the moments you can say, we've passed through the stage of just talking. We have gotten to a stage of doings now. So I've been reading about Conifer. I was sent a clip when they were doing the seeding of the countries that are going to be participating and all that. I wish I had that here, but I'll probably share that with my friends some other time. So to you, Mr. Olu, how are you, sir? You can unmute because
I'm very good, Mr. Maiyegun General.
Fantastic.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, sir. And the lady, sir. The lady, ma'am. I have one person here as well, Mr. Fatai Ogunribido. If you can message him to turn on his camera, we can bring him on as well tonight, okay? So it's really good to see you tonight. How are you, lady? How are you doing?
Fine, thank you. Thank you for having us. I'm a big fan. My mom is a huge fan. She watches you every single time. So thanks for having us. We're really honored to be here. We appreciate you. We appreciate your audience. And we hope we can have a little value and encourage people to join us and support the team. Thank you.
Absolutely. You have all the support you need tonight. And that too, is an opportunity for us to also know what you are doing and, how much of other things, because apart from this, there are other things you probably are doing and why, but mostly on this Conifer and why are people should be part of it. Sorry if, okay, what I'm going to do is this. Hang on. Sorry. So I will unmute you. Our lady there, okay, before we continue anyway. So yeah, I want people to know what is Conifer. I'm going to start with Mr. Olu. Let's start with that. What is Conifer and how is that so useful to us right now as a people using sports primarily? Go on.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Maiyegun, for giving us this opportunity to come to your show to, showcase what the Yoruba people can do, and why people should support us, wholeheartedly. As you all know, we've been registered by our emeritus, Professor Banji Akitoye, with UMPO, the unrepresented people. So Conifer is also a big organization, a big football organization outside FIFA. So Conifer is Confederation of Independent Football Association that help nations that are maybe breaking away or already broken away or they're not well known to have football matches together. So and they have different cups. They have the European cups, they have the World Cup, they have the African Cup, they have the Asian Cup. So the Yoruba Nation, the Yoruba Nation Football Federation, we have joined Conifer. So hence to why we are playing. We are part of the tournament that is coming up soon this month, 21st of May to the 22nd of May, 2022. So we are part of them, and we are playing the tournament, and we need your support. Conifer is, it doesn't. We have been shouting, Yoruba Nation to get to the global stage. Joining Conifer and being part of the Conifer Cup is a big stage for us as a Yoruba Nation self-determination, and we are very happy to join the team. To join the big tournament, and this is a very big opportunity for us, via social media, via media, to showcase the talent of the Yoruba people. So, last month we had a friendly match with South Sudan. So, as Yoruba Nation football,
some other part of the convo, right? You've told us about Conifer, you've told us why we are joining, and then I'm going to go to the lady. Because sometimes, when you have something that you are doing and you have a lady with you, there's something you are going to be showcasing, and that is the passion of what, showcasing the passion of why you are doing this. I take every organization serious when I see lady amongst them, okay? So especially having or finding it a little bit kind of tedious to put together a team of young people who can actually advocate to get this so well as we would love to see. So our lady, you have been part of this, I bet, from the start. And can you tell us, if I can put it that way, in a kind of let me rephrase. Conifer football for the Yoruba nation, to some average people, right? They feel like, why don't we just localize the campaign, right? This sports and all of that, using sports and all of that, right? Locally, why don't we use that more than going international at first? Considering the cost effect and all of that stuff, these are things people have asked me personally. But you as a lady convinced enough that no, it's a good thing. I mean, putting this on the global field. I mean, putting us in that global village, like Mr. Olu just told us, right? So, Tell us more
Yes.
in terms of this, please.
Thank you so much. I actually just joined like maybe a week ago or 2 weeks ago. So
What's wrong then? Since you're joining, tell me
yes,
what
but the
convinced you
reason why,
that is actually the right move going
yes,
forward.
actually, I'm not a football fan, but I am, not that I'm not a football fan, I don't know much about football. My husband is an Arsenal fan. He loves football. I just walk around when they're playing. But what I am is a Yoruba nationalist. I am 100% for my Yoruba people and to liberate my people out of the suffering that is going on in Nigeria. So we are always about Yoruba nation and everything. So when I was told about this carnival thing, we saw something was lacking. We saw that money is needed and we needed big marketing, big sponsorship. And one thing I know how to do, I might not know football, I know how to get money from people. I know how to ask for money and get very good with fundraising. So, and I wanted to be part of this because one, this is going to be the first time that Yoruba nation is going to be showcased globally. We in Nigeria, it's not even all of us, we know about Yoruba nation. A lot of people don't even, they're not concerned, they're not bothered because they're okay. So, but we in the diaspora, by the way, I'm from the United States. You mentioned the people in the UK. We have some people in the United States as well. So,
I wasn't told. So
we in the diaspora, it's okay. We in the diaspora are doing a lot. And we know that this is going to be the first time we're going to be seen on a global stage. The first time Yoruba nation is going to be said by people other than Nigerians, other than Yoruba. Nigeria is not even covering us. So imagine now we're in South Africa. And we're being showcased all around the world. This is going to be the first time people will start Googling us. Like, what is this Yoruba nation? What are these people about? We need that recognition. We're not getting it from Nigeria. We will get it with Carnival because our players are great. They are extremely good. And Maiyegun, I saw an advert on their Twitter page. And I heard them say Yoruba nation. And I literally, my heart was beating really fast. I had that nut in my stomach because it was the first time I've heard it from somebody else other than a Nigerian or other than a Yoruba. And it felt like this can really happen. This is real. We are going to get our nation very, very soon. So I'm very excited I actually injected myself into this team because I said, you guys need us. You need the youth. And it's been too long. We are taking over. We are joining forces to make sure it happens. That's why we're doing it nationally and not. We want to think big, and we're going big. You either go big or go home. So we're going big.
I like that. You either go big or go home. And that's why I'm going to go to Elder Fatai Ogunribidosa. You are the brain behind all of this. And I have to commend you, sir. I mean, I've been told a lot. But you are very persistent, and then so far so good. You have now caught the attention of all of us on MaiyegunsDiary Politico. So I have heard about why, I have heard about the importance, and here we go. You, the driver of the whole idea, putting together the team and all that. Sir, at this point, if you have one single request which motivated you to champion this, sir, if you have one single request to say the same thing to all the Yorubas watching you right now all over the world and the friends of Yorubas watching you all over the world, that thing that convinced you that this is the right move, can you say it to them now? That one thing, if you have any one single request and say, guys, the reason why I did this is this, and I want you to do this for us, please.
Thank you very much, my darling brother. It's been a long time.
I know.
You've been very elusive, but well, I mean, you are forgiven because I can't believe for 6 years I've chased you.
I know.
But well, thanking God that we are together now.
You know, finally, I think did we not meet in London? Did somebody approached me in London? And it was about the football as well, but it was so fast, so, you know, what have you. But I'm glad we are talking. It was a single text that now made this happen. And it just...
Let me tell you, everything came by God's own inspiration.
I think so.
And I'm not surprised that this is happening. And if I want to take a credit, I'll be deceiving myself. When God has called you for a mission, and let me tell all our viewers.
Yes, sir.
There are so many ways that God may want to use you for a purpose. what we are doing as Yoruba sovereign nation campaigners, nothing can be more pastoral. Nothing can be more evangelical. Nothing can be more salvaging than what we are doing now. Because we represent a league of spiritually inclined people who have seen beyond. And that is why, if you be following me, I've been on this now for almost 10, 11 years. Yoruba Nation. Even so many people have been commenting, how can you, this guy, you are so resilient, you are so, yeah, all the insults, but thank God, at least maybe you know a bit of the way I've been, pushing for this for a very long time. So when the ideal of this Yoruba Nation Federation is coming, you know that it's beyond me. Because when God is driving a cause, He's going to use somebody as a link for that cause.
That's right.
So, and then because it's a thing I've put my mind, I've sacrificed my life for a very long time, this is the reason why if He didn't use me, He will use somebody else. Who am I?
That's right.
The drive has been coming. I don't even know. But when the drive comes and God says, do this, I will do it. When He says, do it, I will do it. So, but it's not me. It's God's inspiration, God's guide, and it's for a purpose. And that is why I want, as you said, I want to actually tell my people tonight, put your mind in this agitation. Know that there is a purpose for what God is doing, using it for this purpose. And I want to see when the time came for Yoruba Nation sovereignty campaign, a stage came when you see one guy called Olayomi Koiki, our white lion. Many people have even forgotten that this guy is a main driving force for this agitation. Even though many of us we were. I mean, he knows I was long ago. I was one of his inspirations. Every time we see, you'll be questioning me about Nigeria. I will tell you Nigeria is fake. Is this so? All of a sudden, you will see this guy in Central London, 5 a.m. every day up to 10 a.m. He's always there until they caught the attention of everybody.
That's right.
Even though the activities came after we came together initially early in 2020 to drive this this campaign.
Yes, sir.
So it is the main engine during that period of time. Waking up 5 a.m. This guy in the cold will be there showcasing the entire London.
It was everywhere.
So to the extent that even when Igbo was giving the attention, Igbo called Koiki during one of his activities while he was in
Nigeria.
Not from Nigeria.
Oh, okay, yeah, right.
So that drive that Yem was having was what actually motivated Igbo. Who are these guys asking for your money? This is my dream. Bas. So everybody has got a part to play. You can imagine how God has been using Yomi. So you can see how God has been using Igboho. And you can see what God has used me for. So this is the reason why this is beyond human. It's beyond human contention. It's beyond human dream. It's God driving those. He loves that. These are people that have passion for this. Go for it. For more than 6 years, I've been trying to even fighting you. I said, what's happening to Maiyegun now? Maiyegun should be talking about Yoruba Nation. Why wasting his time? Nigeria is fake. Every time I've reported this to so many people, I said, doesn't pick my phone. He said, I've been wanting to tell Maiyegun over 6 years that Yoruba is what you are wasting your time. They can't be corrected. Why? Because Nigeria is fake. And the entire world knows now that it has got no foundation, no any legal thing that has put that country together. We heard about the force majeure, which renders the Nigerian constitution useless. Amalgamation ended 2014. The North are practicing their Sharia. So Nigeria is a jungle, no owner. That is why the big world are looting us dry. And I've always told people, all these governors, I'm happy you are passionate about criticizing them. all the governors, all the so-called House rep members, all the senators,
yes, sir.
They are slave traders. They are trading us.
That's right.
To those who are paying our ransom to them, they don't care. As long as they get the money, they don't want to know. That is why you can't see a Yoruba person, either a senator or a governor or a House of Reps member, criticizing Buhari because they are killing us like rats in Southwest. What more is going to prove to you that all these people, they are deceiving you? You have no future with them. They are selling you out. Why can't you be sensible to understand? Anyway, that will be maybe when time permits.
I know you are going so more into what drives you.
Let me come back. Let me come back now. Now we are talking about Carnival.
Yes, sir.
Because if I have to drive that, I'll be driving it for another 2 hours and I won't be tired. Because I know
you have to sum it up so that, you know, for time.
God bless you. So, when we have this vision that Yorubas must exist, you can imagine what happened to Sunday Igboho. A big slap on our leaders, a big slap on Yoruba race, a big slap even on our traditional rulers, who are our fathers. Can you, why would those that actually find the foundation of Yoruba land, those that are imperial in our own political system, those that we adore, that we worship, being brought under ordinary local council? Can you see a Sultan of Sokoto or Emma of Kano coming to Aso Rock to kneel down before Buhari? Buhari that goes to them. What is happening to our home king in Southwest? You see them moving into Aso Rock. I see you see them shrinking because one Buhari is having ammunition in store and is bullying us, thinking that we are cowards, and our cowardice action is the reason why we can't rise up and say we want Yoruba nation. They know Nigeria does not exist. And they think the only way they can do to make us to, pull back is by bullying us. What they are doing is bullying. The day we rise up and say Yoruba nation must stand is the day the entire world will accept it, because the entire world who are looting our gold and diamond in Yoruba land know that Nigeria does not exist. But they would rather support the power that be. And you cannot have that power to control your own destiny unless you do what? You obtain the power yourself. But would the Fulani give you that power to control your destiny? No, they won't.
You have to take
That's the reason why, and we have said it. How many of us who have been agitating for Yoruba self-determination or Yoruba sovereign campaign, have you ever has killed somebody? Or how many of us have they been arrested that they are having guns? That is the spirit of democracy that we have.
Yes.
We are exceptional. And our kindness, our loyalty, our passion for our fellow human being is what has brought us to this level of near decimation. May God help us.
Amen.
Maiyegun General.
Yes, sir.
We won't fight war. We will use what God has given to us to fight this war, and we are going to win it.
That's right.
What you do every day on your program is fighting a war. Psychological war, emotional war, spiritual war against these vultures who are sucking our blood every day. Kudos to you, my brother. God bless you more.
Now, thank you, sir. I'm going to go back to Mr. Olu. This is the part where we have to talk about what this is going to take. Okay. So we know that to sponsor about 30, how many people are we looking at this time around there going for this tournament? Quickly,
yeah,
Mr.
50 players.
We have
8 officials, yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry,
so
sir.
altogether 23 team members going. So per player is going to cost us $1,000 for the visas and the plane ticket to get them to South Africa. So
that sounds moderate.
Yeah.
1,000 for visa and tickets.
So,
That's
and
like
then
$1,000 or max of
yeah.
30 20,000. I bet you told me that there is a link.
Yes, we have a link.
Yes. Support. And I was waiting for that part in a way. Yeah. But tell me about these players, by the way. Have you seen their games?
Oh yeah, we've seen. Well, they played during. They played last.
Playing that earlier. You know, before I cut you.
I spoke to the captain, and he's very receptive. You know, very down to earth, and he has his own story to tell because he was going to play for a team in Nigeria, but he didn't have enough money, and the person that had enough money that they brought in last minute took his place. So, and now he's playing for us, the Yoruba Nation Football Federation, and he's a very good guy. And we had a match last month against South Sudan, and we beat them 3-0. So these boys are not joking; they are ready to play. We just need to, get them on, on the plane, as soon as possible, so they could get to South Africa and start training. Because the earlier the better, so they can focus, they can, build up the momentum, the energy, the whole sporting, enthusiastic energy to, amongst the player, and we just need to support them so they could get to South Africa, ASAP and get ready for the tournament. These boys are good, they are willing to, take things further, and
they are hungry for something.
Very hungry.
I like that, and it's so moderate. And then the fact that you have, even though time is so short, I don't think $20,000 or $30,000 should be something that should send all of us out of town in a way. We all just, if we all agree that we have passed the stage of talking, we are now doing. MaiyegunsDiary Politico, for all of you, I know you are all regular viewers. You are all partaker in some of our own programs here too. So, what we do is that I believe in number. I believe in the power of number. Okay, especially if I see something viable like this. So initially, when people don't understand something, they are bound to criticize it. Okay, now that we know better, now I'm going to go to the lady who told me that she's an expert in raising fund. You have started from the just. What's that called again? Let me unmute you, please. 1 second, man. You started with just giving or something. What did you call that?
Just giving, sir. Yes.
Called just giving, right? Yes. So tell us about that, because is that the only one you currently probably work with?
Actually,
that we should know about before we go now, because I'm going to throw them open to people now. Go
okay, yeah. I just want to clarify on the $20,000. That is just for their plane ticket. We also need to feed these boys. We need good coverage. Like you said, the last match was an extremely good match, but the coverage wasn't great because we didn't have money for a professional photographer or videographer. We need this now. If you saw that video, you cry for us because it wasn't good quality. So we need to feed these boys. We need good coverage so we can.
If we are talking about good publicity and then meeting the purpose of why you all are doing this, putting Yoruba in the map, then coverage is actually the real thing here. Apart from the welfare and all that of those players, right?
Absolutely. So we have so many other ways you can give. You can sponsor the team directly if you want your name. If you have a business and you want to sponsor the team, you want your name on their jerseys, we have that option. You can also, and it's very affordable. It's It's just $650. I think that's £500. How much is that really? To
$150,000, you can sponsor a player.
£10,000 if you want your name, the name of your business on the back of the jersey, which is great. And the funny thing is, like, we're reaching out to big sponsors. We're talking to Puma, we're talking to Adidas, but the time is short. It will really be embarrassing if we cannot get our own Yoruba people. Put your business behind this jersey so your team can be proud. So we can play that game and people can see your business. It's only £10,000. But if that's a little bit over your budget, you can do £500, and that way we can have the name of your business on the website till the end of the year, so people will know your business. We're going to be streaming this live when the game is playing. Your business logo will also be showing during halftime. We're going to have a lot of entertainment for people to watch while that game is going on, and your business logo will be on there. So you can give through Just Giving. And one thing about Just Giving, you don't have to leave a tip, because sometimes people are like saying, $13 is a big tip. You can actually change that. Put the dollar amount that you want. Change the tip to 0 if you want, so that we can get all the money. We appreciate that. So you can give through Just Giving. You can email us. You can, even if you're a sponsor, you can email us. Uncle Fatai will send you an invoice for your business. If you want to give, if you want to sponsor, let's say you want to say, okay, I want to cover the coverage of this team. You can do that as well. You know, we have so many different options. If you want to cover their sneakers, you can do that
You
as
have
well.
a list there. I think you have a piece of paper there.
I do.
All the time you need. If you have a list of what people need to do, because this is what we came to do, okay?
Mhm.
You told us the purpose. You have told us you have, as glorious as many of them sounded, if we have no resources to make them happen, they are just going to remain dreams.
Yes.
So you have a list right there, ma'am, right? I'll give you the time you need to go over them. Okay, please.
Okay. Yes. Like I said, we have. If you
let me rephrase so that I don't get you, I don't derail you, right?
Okay,
You're
sure.
talking about what people need to do and how can they support different means, different options, and on and on. Take your time, please.
Okay. Yes. So you can give through Just Giving. I've talked about that already. You can also support by buying the jerseys for people, for yourself. And I have this option because it's very affordable. A jersey is usually maybe 30, our jersey is 30 pounds, right? But you can buy more than one jersey for friends and family. So for instance, somebody wanted to buy 30 jerseys and he wants them to donate it to people in Nigeria from him. You can do that. You can buy a face cap, you know, so don't just buy one, because most jerseys are usually $79. This jersey is only $38. Can you hear me? I'm sorry. It looks like the
We
camera
can
is off.
hear you. No. I decided to put you on the
Could
screen.
you hear me?
Yeah, don't worry.
I can't hear you.
I put you on the screen so that people can see you doing the talking. Okay, you won't see us, but everybody's seeing you.
Mr. Maiyegun, I can't hear you, but if you can hear me, I will keep talking. But I can't hear you guys.
Please continue.
I'll keep talking.
Yeah,
Okay,
please.
so you can buy more than one jersey. You can buy 30 if you want and have it donated to people in Nigeria. You can sponsor by deciding to sponsor their flights if you want. You can sponsor the coach's visa. You can sponsor their hotel. You can say, I want to cover their hotel. I'm a restaurant. I have a Nigerian restaurant, or I have a South African restaurant, and I want to take care of their food. I want to take care of their drinks. I would like, even if you don't have a particular amount that you want to give, you can say, I would like to take care of all their feeding for 2 weeks. I can afford $2,000. We'll take it. If you say I can afford $200, we'll take it and we'll send you a thank you letter. If you say I want to take care of all their soccer kits, their soccer shoes, we will take that too. Nothing is too small and nothing is too big. We are desperately in need of more. Tiju, so we are here to ask your fans. I know you have over 1,000 people on right now. If each and every one of us go on the website and even just donate just £50 alone, we will almost raise half of what we're looking for.
Yeah,
so I don't know if you can hear me because I'm talking here. I can't hear myself, but I can see you guys. Okay, so we will be able to raise, and I encourage all I know your fans are loyal and they're supporters. I've seen what you've done for Chief Sunday Igboho. I've seen what you're doing. I know what you're doing with the Yoruba Rescue Fund. We are very grateful. We know you're good at what you do, and your listeners are loyalists. We encourage you guys to please go on the website ynff.org. Go to the donate part, select donate, be generous about it, and Olodumare will bless you. You will be in history because this is history in the making. You know, buy a jersey, buy for your kids. I have 4 kids myself. We don't have kids jersey, but you better believe I'll be putting it on top of their whatever they're wearing, and we're going to be watching it live, wearing our jerseys on those days. It's only £30. Like I said, it's very affordable. Buy for your uncles, buy for people you don't even know. Support your kids because these are our children. I mean, not our children, but these are your kids, and they need your support. They will appreciate it greatly. Thank you so much, Maiyegun.
Thank you. Now we're going to fix this audio. Okay, I'm going to take you out and then back in. Okay, I'll try and fix the audio issue between us. I love that. Talking about reaching out, sir. Elder Fatai, sir. I will mute you. Don't worry, sir. Talking about support and all that. I love this. I actually love this. You see, that's what I tell people all the time. I say, listen, sometimes when you don't understand something, don't criticize it. Sometimes all you need is just a little information that could get you into it. And once you know about it, honestly speaking, you may never stop talking about it, right? So talking about reaching out, sir, I was coming to the part of email when Lady Adedoyin said that we should reach out by email if you want to do personal sponsorship. And then other sponsorship and all of that, then the website and all that. So if you want to make it easier for us, sir, as the convener, because I keep calling you the convener, so what would you say is the easiest way to contact you? Apart from those ones I explained earlier, donate on the platform, go on to Just Giving. I mean, how? Email, what is the email? What is the website for people to reach out apart from other ones here?
Yeah, thank you very much, Maiyegun.
Yes, sir.
We have so many sources of contact. For instance, if you go to info@ynff.org, or you go to contact us at ynf.org, or you can, before doing Live Tonight, I think the emails that they have, they will definitely bring to your attention, so that any of our marketers, they are a very good team, and they have always been very receptive. People have been calling them, and then we have so many sources of contact. And before we leave this forum, I will send you some contact that you are going to actually, use to contact many of us. But before doing that, let me explain to you. There's a bigger thing coming this August or September. What we're having currently is only just a beginning. The Confederation of Independent Football Association, CONIVA, happens to be those football associations that has a parallel dignity with FIFA, although it's for the nations that are actually upcoming. Like we have the Biafra, we have the Matabela land, we have the sports arena, we have the Biafra. So there are so many of them in Africa, but only those teams who can afford to put this together are those that are coming together now to start the African version of the African Cup of Nations CONIVA. However, where our luck is coming is this. The tournament coming up on the 21st and 22nd is supposed to have taken place since last year.
Right.
Because of COVID, it was postponed till May. From May, it was postponed till August, later to September, until they realized that COVID didn't allow for the hosting of the competition. Eventually, being postponed till this May, 1 year after the actual date that it should be holding. So, the real main focus we have now is the World Cup version of it coming up in August or September this year.
Right.
Even the delegates are contemplating now that in order to make this team more popular, being the first time it's coming to Africa, they might be taking the World Cup to Africa to play in order to gather more support in Africa. However, what we are trying to say is this. We may not value what we are doing now until it materializes. How do you want to be part of that history? This is the big question, because CONIVA is coming up as being touted within the committee. It might be played in Europe, the World Cup. And this is the first time the African version is coming up. And that's the reason why the passion is so great every part of Africa. People want to see a rival to FIFA. And you can understand where we are coming from when we say that as Yorubas, we want independence. And they are cajoling us, they are humiliating us, they are bullying us. And imagine, we kept this underground for over 9 months now. So, if Doyin is now telling you, I know about this only a week ago, she's not lying. But when they see the package, they say, oh my God, this is what we need. This is what we want. This can elevate our agitation. That is why they put all their mind, all their heart into it, because they know what is coming and they've seen the history. They've seen how we have arrived at this junction. It's really a big thing that is coming. So how do you want to be part of that history? Because our focus is the World Cup coming up in August or September this year. And we are registering by God's grace. Yorubas are going to play in that Carnival World Cup coming.
Competition.
But can I tell you, Obetobadun, Owolopa,
I know.
when the soup is sweet, let me tell you, God has the husband. He's losing so much from his pocket. Please, let us be practical. This is a Yoruba team for the first time in history. Yoruba flag. I'm excited. Going to the entire world to be seen. He's going to be all our rally strategies. This is going to, because the entire world is going to listen that Yorubas are getting out of the so-called Nigeria that is fake at the moment. Imagine us, whatever concerns Yorubas in Nigeria concerns the entire Yorubas across the world.
That's right.
We have 80 million, go and Google it, 80 million Yorubas in Brazil. They want to come home. They are anxious to come to their roots. They are crying. We talk to them, they say, you ignore us. We said, no, don't worry. We are not ignoring you. It is Nigerianness that is closing both eyes. They have deprived us of our identity, of our history, of our culture. I keep reminding so many of them. I said in those days when we were in Nigeria, you remember Maiyegun, Havana, University of Ife, the concentration of the Yorubas from across the world, from Cuba, from Brazil, from Trinidad and Tobago. You remember when they bring musicians? So that concentration, you can imagine over 350 million Yorubas across the world hearing that Yorubaness is entering the world stage. Yes. Can you imagine what will happen? The entire world is going to be enveloped in a different spirit. We are going to be right inside the next world order that is coming. And that's why God is driving Yorubas to go and lead the black race. Because this time around, we are the light of the entire black race. And that is the mission at the moment. It's a spiritual mission to go and salvage all of us that have been made slaves across the world all along. You can imagine what black people are going through in the entire world. And when we started agitation 2 years ago, I remember the issue of George Floyd. God was ministering to us that thing happened because a salvation period is coming. When the Yorubas has that particular mission, a particular assignment to go and salvage the race called the Yorubas, that George Floyd was a signal that we have that duty to take ourselves out of the doldrum, out of this isolation.
Yeah, let me, because of our time is coming to an end.
Whatever you have, please give it to, let us be a success in this tournament. Please.
We'll get to that. I'm going to quickly go to Mr. Olu. I should have had this before we start in a way, but if either you or elders can just help us drop the just a given link in the comment section. I think I got it earlier, which I'm going to try and find it in a way. So we have just 17 days before the kickoff. Mr. Olu, 17 days before kickoff. One of the things that my friends on MaiyegunsDiary Politico always kind of attribute to why they respect this platform is accountability. You guys have been doing without having to sound intruding, because we are not interested in intruding in what you are doing when it comes to your activities per se. But accountability, right, is one thing that, like I said, people love here, which means that if people give in, they will like what they call the follow-up, which means you are also going to be available to give an account of your success and everything you've done at the right time, if I may ask that. So tell me, so far so good, what would you say is the current immediate financial requirement that can at least take us down there? If you have to use a figure, please do, okay? It is for the sake of my listeners. I have brought you here, and we are all putting our reputation on the line here, all of us. So, and once we say we are responsible people, we are only responsible not just to ourselves, but to those who are also going to give us their trust. You have earned people's trust already. You have been doing this. You are not doing it alone. We just want larger people to get involved in this regard. So if you have to use a figure that, you know what, here we are, and here we have got to, and this is what will take us there, and it has to happen within so time. I like numbers. If you have to use numbers, please do. Mr. Olu.
Right. Thank you very much, Maiyegun. We desperately need funds. I mean, the players, they should have been there by now, practicing and playing and getting used to the whole arena, the whole football, the stadium, the training and everything. So the figure we're looking for is 50 grand, 50,000 pounds,
okay,
to cover majority of the things. But obviously, as time, we're very short with time. That's why we're asking for people with businesses, individuals that can give, an amount, substantial amount of money. I mean, So I mean, our players, there's 23 players altogether, $1,000 each for the flight and the accommodations and everything, and for the visas, and so we need money. 50 grand is what we need right now to sort out majority of the problems, and to get our players there to make sure they're comfortable, so they can play well and win. So because the thing is, we've seen ourselves now as a Yoruba nation, as a nation, as to why we are participating with other nations. So and this is just the beginning. This is just the beginning of the whole goodness of Yoruba nation. And we will be joining. There are many other things as well, track and field events that we will be participating in in the near future. But right now, the football is very important, and that's why we clamoring on every young people to get involved. So you have a young people, you have a business, or you have extra cash or income, and you want to donate. You like sports, you can donate. You could go on the Just Giving and donate however much you want to donate. But if you want us to put your business in front of our jersey that our boys will be wearing, and we can do that as well. So you could send me an email. My email is olu.solesi@ynff.org. So you could do that. Send me an email. I'll be glad to respond to your email. So if you want to donate a big amount of money, you can donate. You can donate a big amount of money if you want to. So you could tell us what you want, and we'll do it for you. So 50,000 pounds is what we need to get the players there, and other things as well that we will need the money for. And if you want to support as well, if you think, okay, I might not be able to give 500 pounds or $1,000, you could support and buy the supporters jersey. So you could buy 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then you could, share it amongst the people.
They can sponsor a player as well to the tune of 50,000 naira. Is that right?
Marketer for an online platform.
So they could, So each players $1,000 each to get them there. So they can sponsor. So one person can say, right, I will sponsor 2 players. That's fine. We can do that. And then another one might say, okay, I will take 5 players. Another one might say, I will take 1. So we have different categories, and then big business people, they can say, okay, we want our the name of the company to be in the front of the jersey, so we'll give you this amount of money. So we're prepared to do that and to negotiate. But the time is now to get involved and support this beautiful movement.
Yeah, you know what I'm going to do? We are going to do the Yoruba version of this conversation tomorrow.
Okay.
So I'm going to host.
Mr. Maiyegun, can I answer a question? Can I address the topic? I'm sorry you can't see me because I'm driving, but can I address something that was in the chat, please, if you don't mind?
Sure. A quick one.
Because somebody, and this is a concern for a lot of people about, all the expenses that we have. It's a very valid concern. But one thing that we will get from this is the recognition. With all the diplomatic things we are doing in the background that everyone is doing, one of the things we need to get our Yoruba nation is recognition. If 5 countries recognizes us as a Yoruba nation, to hell with America, to hell with UK, we will be accepted into the UN. We will be accepted as a nation. We need recognition. How are people going to recognize us if they don't know us? Once the people start seeing us, when you go to your congressman or you go to people in parliament, that, oh, there are people called Yoruba people, Yoruba nation. They want their own recognition. They want to be recognized as a nation. Do you think they won't listen? They will. So if we can get 5 nations to recognize us alone, we are a nation. And plus everything else that we're doing, this is the easiest way for us to get recognition. People will see us, they will start Googling us, they will see the atrocities that is going on that Nigeria is not talking about. So this is a good distraction. Yes, we have a lot of money to raise. We have a lot to do in the long run, but this is an important distraction that we need as a Yoruba nation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Like I said, sir, what I'm going to do is that the link and all of that, do me a favor. This broadcast is being streamed on Facebook as well, okay? So after the broadcast, take your time and just go to the comment section and drop those contacts that you sent to me. I tried to send them right now, but it's not going to let me do it. I'm going to do same as well.
I've put the link for the Just Given in the chat room now, so people could.
Elder,
share it.
Share your version broadcast here, Lola, are very important.
Okay.
So and then, like I said, this is what we can do. When people are going to call in and going to ask questions. Definitely. On MaiyegunSdiary Politico, people ask questions a lot. And because I know my friends, that's why I said that if we see the organizers who can answer questions, right? Of course, we'll give our support, because not everybody is going to give their support right away, yeah? Or majority will give more support. Everything is not money, as they say, but people can help us give this publicity that we need and get us there in time. So, sir, what would you just give us your closing remark? Because this is the closing part of the program tonight, as our time is completely gone, sir. So in 2 minutes, if you don't mind, what would you say is the parting message for everyone listening to you tonight, based on what we have discussed so far, sir?
Yeah, thank you very much, Maiyegun. I just want to call on everyone watching us tonight that we have a mission as Yoruba people, and that is to come to the world and better the world. And that's the reason why you see us being so good-natured, being loving, being so accessible by everyone. That's why we litter the entire world. Who will have known that Yorubas form the biggest race in the entire world that is building the entire world now? Europe, America, Asia, we litter everywhere. Even we are the biggest, I can say we are the biggest movers and shakers in the entire world now, in every aspect of life, in technology, in everything. And let me ask you, how many Yoruba boys have you seen in the national team? That goes to show you the extent to which we've been so sidelined as a people. Now, going to what Doyin was talking about earlier on, for the first time in history, we want to prove to the world that we are no mediocres. We are leaders. We are people who should be even educating the entire world as we are doing. Even we educate the world now, we are learning the world in culture and everything now. But the Nigerianness has covered that glory. More or less, Nigeria is using Yoruba glory, using the Biafra glory to make a name. So let us carry that thing and let us be part of this so that we can erase the bad impression that Nigeria is bad. We Yorubas are not bad. We are Omolabis. We are born to be leaders. We are born to be good inspiration to every other race, to every other people. But that glory for a very long time has been buried. We are exhuming that glory now, and you have to be part of this history when we are going to the world to tell the world that yes, the time is now for us to have our independence and our sovereign nation, which is now going to be part of the next world order by the special grace of God. Please, let us actually be part of this. You might be thinking that it's a joke, but already we are getting there. Before you know it, be part of that history. Be part of that history. Whatever you can do to lift us up, to allow these boys to achieve that dream of bringing Yoruba to the world map, please do. Every penny counts as we are speaking. We have less than 34 days to depart, and yet we are still struggling. Please help us. We'll
speak more tomorrow. Part of the question that people want me to ask you is that how much do you already have going forward? But our time is gone. We'll do all of that tomorrow when we talk.
By God's grace.
Be prepared because tomorrow people will call in. And I'm going to dedicate, not just to Konefa. Tomorrow is the time I want to speak. I want to present in Yoruba. And because I'm going to be presenting in Yoruba tomorrow, it will just be the second version of this conversation, okay? So you will be on, and people are going to ask you questions, sir. Oh,
anytime we are ready.
I'm going to ask you questions. So
we
get
are ready.
To everybody, get prepared. To the missus, I know we've been having trouble and you have to possibly be multitasking now. You see why I love women? If they're interested in something, they are interested in that thing. So I'm going to say thank you to every one of you and the person who made this happen as well, okay? Your time with me tonight is interesting. I've learned a lot about the conifer. I bet that many of our people will learn more tomorrow. You all have a good night, okay? Bye-bye.
Thank you, my brother. Love you.
Thank you very much, Maiyegun, for giving us the opportunity.
Yes.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
man. Thanks. So there we go. And to my friends all over the place, I want to say thank you for spending your time with me again tonight. Like I said, on MaiyegunsDiary Politico, we have a chance of allowing everybody to hear their view. If you have an idea, you can share it here. Nothing sounds stupid to us, especially if you are bold enough to share that with us. If you can explain it, you might likely have a fan or fans to your idea. It is a platform where don't hold it back. Don't think that, oh, that may sound stupid. No. Sometimes I also say things, yeah? And I ask people, wait, I've been talking since, so. You know, they talk nonsense, yeah? Make I not sound confident in nonsense. So, and my friend will say, no, Maiyegun, you are not talking nonsense. Continue, Maiyegun. So don't be afraid to share your mind. And we are not afraid to listen to you. And we are not also afraid to support you. So talking about Yoruba Nation and Yoruba Fest, I want to tell you on the Temple of Truth, we have released this month's welfare package to Alano. But due to the in-house rearrangement and the reshuffling, as well as our planned, our planned project for May, publicity here and there, Igbo's welfare and others, we have cut down what we gave. So I gave out 500,000 naira, which is 500,000 this month for the welfare from our money. Again, we'll have another time that we're going to share together where we're going to talk more on this as well, okay? So thank you to every one of you who spent your time with me tonight. Don't leave without dropping your offerings. Imagine all of you, more than 2,000 of you at some point. We only have about 600 of you who dropped their offerings. Come on. If you are not really, or maybe if you're just joining us as well, remember, you can actually watch this broadcast from the beginning. If you don't like this video on YouTube, for example, if you don't like it, if you don't share it, it's never going to get engaged with. It's never going to get out there. And that's the least you can do. Remember, like, share, and subscribe. And when I see you again, we will continue from where we are stopping. Good night.
Àní ẹ̀sùn rákì. Maiyegun ti dé. Maiyegun ti dé. Ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn rákì. Maiyegun ti dé. Àní ẹ̀sùn rákì. Maiyegun ti dé. Lórí Facebook. Maiyegun ti dé. Àní ẹ̀sùn rákì. Maiyegun ti dé. Lórí YouTube. Maiyegun ti dé. Àní ẹ̀sùn rákì. Maiyegun ti dé. Bọ́ bàbá gbé wúrẹ́. Àní ẹ̀sùn rákì. Maiyegun ti dé. Ijó ìgbádìyẹ. Àní ẹ̀sùn rákì. Maiyegun ti dé. Presido bá rúfin o. Àní ẹ̀sùn rákì. Maiyegun ti dé. Tí gómìnà kówó jẹ. Àní ẹ̀sùn rákì. Maiyegun ti dé. Ọlọ́pàá tí ń darí bá. Àní ẹ̀sùn rákì. Maiyegun ti dé. Aṣòfin tí ń rúfin o. Àní ẹ̀sùn rákì. Maiyegun ti dé. Òpùrọ́ olóṣèlú. Àní ẹ̀sùn rákì. Maiyegun ti dé. Ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn rákì. Maiyegun ti dé. Àní ẹ̀sùn rákì. Maiyegun ti dé. Maiyegun ti dé. Gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn rákì. Maiyegun ti dé. Gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn rákì. Ṣùgbọ́n ní bá ti ṣe èyí tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe, ọmọ bá dèrò ní fi wọ́n níran o. Maiyegun ti dé. Gbogbo
ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀ súnra kí. Maiyegun ti dé gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀ súnra kí. Ṣùgbọ́n ní bá ti ṣe yìí tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe ọmọ bá dẹ́rọ̀ òní fi wọ́n níran.
Wọ́n fowó bẹ́ẹ̀ o Maiyegun ó sọ pé wọ́n ò fẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀. Wọ́n fowó bẹ́ẹ̀ Maiyegun ó sọ pé wọ́n ò fẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀. Oníkan ṣáàtì ṣe yìí tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe fáwọn ará ìlú tó gbé wọn débẹ̀ o àyè.
Maiyegun ti dé gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀ súnra kí. Maiyegun ti dé gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀ súnra kí. Ṣùgbọ́n ní bá ti ṣe yìí tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe ọmọ bá dẹ́rọ̀ òní fi wọ́n níran.
Ha! Kì máa yí ṣe eré ọ̀rọ̀ yìí kì í ṣe ẹ̀fẹ̀. Kì máa yí ṣe eré ọ̀rọ̀ yìí kì í ṣe ẹ̀fẹ̀. Ẹni bá ti lè lẹ́bọ̀ lẹ́rù o ọmọ bá dèrò kàṣàyè tú wọn síta.
Maiyegun ti dé gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀ súnra kí. Maiyegun ti dé gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀ súnra kí. Ṣùgbọ́n ní bá ti ṣe yìí tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe ọmọ bá dẹ́rọ̀ òní fi wọ́n níran.
Tẹnitẹni ọmọ Maiyegun ọ̀rẹ́ ara ìlú mọ̀mọ́ ni mo fọlọ́run sọ ẹ̀ bá kìlẹ́bù. Lóòótọ́ olódodo ìlú ọ̀tá ìlú mọ̀mọ́ ni ìwọ ṣá máa ń ṣọ́ra kò sì mọ́ bẹ̀rù. Bọ́tà ń lé ibo níṣègùn lé káwọn mọ̀mọ́ fi ṣera wọn ni ó ti dẹrùn tí wọn ò gbọ́dọ̀ sì mọ́ bẹ̀. Èèpo ọ̀bọ lọmọ bá dérò tàjẹ́ ò gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ́ ó ti jọba lórí abínú ẹni kò sì mọ́ bùyà. Àìsíwọ́lu ní ẹnìkẹ́ ìgbódì ẹyin lábàrá o ó kó ẹni tó bá dán o àkàmù. Maiyegun ti dé gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀ súnra kí. Maiyegun ti dé gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀ súnra kí o. Ẹ̀yin bá ti ṣe yìí tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe ọmọ bá dèrò òní fi wọ́n níran o.
Maiyegun ti dé gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀ súnra kí. Maiyegun ti dé gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀ súnra kí. Ṣùgbọ́n ní bá ti ṣe yìí tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe ọmọ bá dẹ́rọ̀ òní fi wọ́n níran.